over here. We just won't tell YouTube they missed the briefing, the early briefing in the morning. All right, they won't know. We definitely haven't been playing KSP for like 20 minutes. All right. All right, dude. All right. YouTube doesn't get Melvin. All right, that's a Twitch only thing. All right, you guys get to enjoy Melvin over here. They'll never know, right? And now I'm talking about it, and they'll never know what Melvin is. We should be good. Okay, cool. I got a YouTube chat. We're good. Hello, YouTube. Hi, hi, hi. All right. Hello, people watching this in 2028. How's life? Gas is currently almost $6 a gallon right now. It's pretty good over here. The hentai virus hasn't had a full outbreak yet. This will be a great video to be in review. Oh, man. Oh, all right. So YouTube, I was just explaining to Twitch what we're doing today. We're launching this to orbit. So I have decided that I am not going to try to make my own orbital rocket algorithm because it has actually been pretty despair learning about the real physics behind how you're supposed to do like a real orbital maneuver. So what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to have a code block here. And that code block is essentially going to activate certain sections of the ship. So things just work automatically and I don't need to touch anything. But the mech jet will basically handle the orbital maneuver, essentially. So, yeah. Yeah, right? Essentially. I want to redo this real quick, I think. If I can. Oh, man. Orbital mechanics are hard. Yeah, we yesterday on my day off on Sunday, I streamed and we tried to figure it out. It's difficult, man. Okay, I want to design a new terminal, I think. I was thinking about this, and I kind of want to just think about it over here. If we had a terminal screen, and this terminal screen could share with us information, right? What would we want to see? I think I want to see something like the vessel name, maybe? Right, like so we'll do like vessel, and then this will be like the R67, TAC 02, right? That way we know what version we're on. I would like to see maybe like a stage, potentially, or like program. That'd be kind of cool. So this might be like ascent, right? Is that even how you spell ascent right now? My brain isn't working. Something like that. Like in the very top, it just needs to be simple, and we need like basic information, right? Then I think we would have like a line in here for the next part of this, right? And this would be, I think, important information like the apoapsis, which might be like 17 like kilometers or something like that. Maybe the periapsis, which might be like 156 kilometers. I think those two things are very like orbital information, essentially, right? Stuff like that are very important numbers to know. Let's just think about this again. I would also like to know stuff like delta V, right? So, like, yeah, like delta V left in stage. It could be like 3,100 meters a second. I would like to know stuff like yeah, current TWR would be nice to know, like 1.65. Don't know the units on that. I don't think it's a unit. I think it's actually a ratio, so doesn't need it. Maybe time to apogee and stuff. Ooh, yeah, we could do something like that. I believe we might have access to information that's like time too. And this could be like 34 minutes, 12 seconds or something like that, right? We could do this for both of these, right? Which could be like 67 minutes and 67. Okay, 67 minutes. And maybe we'll do 1 hour, 7 minutes, and 5 seconds. Something like that, right? We could do this over here. Yeah, that way we know how long it takes to get to somewhere. Again, delta V would be nice to know. And then, like, what else are we looking for here? Well, information that I have on here, by the way. Oh, pitch could be important, stuff like that. But that's only for like takeoff that we really need to know that kind of stuff. So maybe we don't need to know that, right? Oh yeah, I would like to know thrust as well, I think. Thrust could be like 730.4 kilonewtons. By the way, the reason I'm putting units is because I'm going to keep things in that unit, and then I'm going to try to organize it if I can. This might be a bit harder to do, because we're just going to have seconds, I believe. Okay. I think this is probably a good starting point, right? We can make something like this, and it should be okay. Vehicle speed. I feel like speed is almost not necessary, and also it's on the nav ball, right? This is stuff that I guess you could find, but it's nice to just kind of have around or whatever. So let's make a new thing here, I guess. So we're gonna print the the vessel. Sorry, I have a habit of doing single tick quotes for strings because I'm so used to doing single tick quotes for strings. What do you think is more accurate, chat? The double quotation or single tick? Again, single tick is typically for a character, but I use that for all my languages for everything because they're fine with it. But I guess this is more accurate, the double quotes. Depends on language. I know, my languages are fine with single tick. So, I just do it that way. I enjoy riling up chat. That is true. This is what I call forced chat engagement. So, vessel name. Again, I just want to call it vessel, right? And we'll call this plus vessel.name ship name. Yeah. And again, just for the sake of... if you guys did not realize, by the way, this language is... what's it called? It doesn't matter on capitalization. There's a name for that. I forget. But it doesn't care about it whatsoever. We got to put a space here. Case insensitive. There you go. That's like chat. Yes, and then so this program is going to be what part of the program are we in, right? Program. That way we're in like the roll program, we're in the pitch over program, stuff like that. And this is going to add a string I'm going to add over here called program set program to pre-launch? Like, would that work? We're gonna find out. Okay, and then we'll print this, and then we gotta print a new line after that as well. I don't know if there's a better way to do that, but yeah. Okay. So this is going to be the initial part, right? And then we're going to have apoapsis and periapsis. What I would like to do, I believe, is leave it in meters for now. But I think over a certain value, I want to make it kilometers. So this is going to have to be probably a function at some point, right? Oh yeah, let me also make that similar here. Okay. And then... the next thing I want to do is probably delta V, thrust, and TWR. So the pitch is really nice to have for just some extra stuff down here. I guess we'll have like a miscellaneous, right? So delta V, I have no idea what that would be. Ship delta V. Oh, okay. Is it that simple? ASL, sea level, and vacuum. I think I'll just do delta V. And I think I just will write this number normally. And this will then be plus meters a second. Okay. Let's see if this works, I think. I'm thinking of redoing this countdown and making this program starting in to actually show this by default, and then in the program we'll say like countdown. Vessel ship name. What about it? Ah, it's got to be ship name. Ship. So vessel is a structure. It basically is a structure of how you have data. So if there's any vessel out there, they'll all have the same exact structure. Also, that needs to be a colon. You're right. Ship references this current vessel that we are controlling always, right? That's the important part. So that's why we want to use ship here. It's just basically specifying. Okay. So. Yeah. Set program to pre-launch. So set program to pre-launch is basically making a variable called program. How do I change program? I don't want to do set program to like countdown, right? Do I just do program? Why not? Because isn't that making a new variable? We talked about this previously, I guess technically on Saturday when we were doing stuff, but like, it's like once you make a variable, you then just want to change the variable. Isn't it just resetting that variable? I don't know. I don't know how it works under the hood. But we had this argument on Saturday that the way I was doing it was not good. So I don't know. Maybe. Shepard, what's up, baby? Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Hi. Good to see you, brother. All right, so this will be like set program to countdown. We'll see. Why not make your countdown a function? Well, that's because the way I was doing it was in blocks, right? I agree with that. We could make a thing here. All right. Okay, so we display the terminal. We wait 5 seconds. We set the program to countdown. And then we need to basically... Yeah. Okay. So inside this, we don't need to clear the screen. All I'm going to do here is basically just do a new string here. And I will set program to... I need to make a function for changing the program, and every time I change it, it should just run a terminal update. It should be a function, honestly. Because when I set program to countdown, I need to do another terminal update. Shit. I don't want to do a bunch of programming today, by the way. I really was not thinking this. I think I'm overdoing this already. Update program. I think it is very annoying just doing a bunch of especially on like a Monday morning, man. I don't think people want to watch a bunch of programming. I think they want to watch rockets fly, right? So this is not declared, but like this function's not called until after it's declared anyway, so it should be okay. Parameter, we'll just call this phase or something like that. Stage, maybe. Stage is weird, but yeah, sure. Can I just call it stage? And then terminal update. Isn't stage reserved? I don't know. That's a struct. Okay. Is name reserved is a question. Okay. Okay, so now here, what I would do is I would run update program, and I would run that with a parameter called a string called countdown. And that is basically how I do that. Make sense? Kind of. And that will basically do all this that we need here. That way, whenever we update it, we want to update the screen anyways. Okay, so this is basically going to upgrade the string I want to... Let's make the string here. So local... this will be the countdown string, right? Which will be 2. Countdown... launch in, and then we're gonna add like the count. So we'll do, is it just 5 minus I? 5 minus I guess. Something like that. So, and then we're gonna do update program, update here. Put in countdown string. I don't think it's an advisable practice to put the type of data in the variable. I know that's a bad practice. I bet you guys do that a lot, don't you? I've been told never to do that. And then we want to wait and then do that again. Okay. I think that'll work. It's not the worst. I don't think it's that bad either, but apparently chat was telling me otherwise. Okay. So, we want to basically do run orbit.ks. Okay. So it didn't like... I'm missing a period somewhere. On line 66. Gravity churn, we're no longer going to be running. Okay. Let's see if we can run this again. Okay, so that's our new functionality here. We have extra lines we don't really need. Delta V 0 ms for vessel. Okay, first off, what's going on with the Delta V? Second off, I feel like I wrote this. This should not be like that. Yeah, okay. What's going on with the Delta V? Ship Delta V in meters a second. Delta V... It's a string. Delta V 0 ms for vessel. Ship dot... What? What? Delta V. Ship Delta V current. Oh. Why is it like that? I guess because you could look at other values. I don't know. Revert flight, revert to launch. Yeah. Oh my god, pink. Pink. Okay. So we have orbit, run, orbit.ks. All right. So there we go. That looks nice. Pre-launch. I don't know why there's a underscore like that, but sure. 4, 3, 2, 1. I haven't changed that there, but that's good. Delta V is not correct, by the way. Don't know why. It's definitely not correct, though. Maybe we want to do... It's like ship stage delta V is what I want, I guess. I don't understand that. Why is it showing 0? You know what it probably is? No, no, no. That should be correct. That should be correct. I don't really get it, actually. I don't know. What if we do this? You were stopped, so no delta V. No, it should look at the delta V over the entire thing, like the whole thing. It should be able to do that. What if we just don't care about it for now? It's probably okay. Like, probably. All right. You'll need to remove your call to gravity churn. Where are we making a call for gravity churn? Oh, you're talking about down here? Dude, I was just doing the initial part of this. Okay, so we have countdown. Launch in, boom, boom, boom. And we'll put that there. Okay. And then we're going to upgrade the program to launch, basically. Ignition. Okay. Okay. Pre... It died? What do you mean it died? The periods at the end drive me crazy. Well, it is what it is, brother. Main ignition. You know, I'm just realizing, by the way, pre-launch with a hyphen here is just like... It doesn't do hyphens. I'm just realizing that. Look, okay, real fast. Just look at this, man. Run orbit.ks. Okay, so it does do hyphens. And then, boom, okay. I'm gonna be real, this is kind of... I just like seeing, like, the... I don't know, it just feels like I'm designing, like, an Apollo computer or something right now, right? Like, it seems cool. Like, it's the way it updates and everything. It's like I'm making my own, like, UI or something. It's cool. Okay, so main ignition happens there, right? So, let's see. We'll update the program to this. This would be clamp release. Okay. So that's what's happening here. It also helps us kind of like just put everything in the right area so we know what's going on here. Okay. So this is the part we're going to have to fix. All right. Stage. Okay. So we can get rid of this now. And we had this block of code here. So what I told you guys earlier is I no longer want to do my own gravity churn. I will figure out the gravity churn code, and I think I will go at that again at some point when I can just take a bit more time and really understand the problem. It's a very complex problem. This is not something that is solvable with heuristics, in my opinion, at least not in a good way. Heuristics being a approximation of a gravity churn, I need to do the real math behind it, because our heuristic on yesterday kept blowing up the rocket. So we are going to use... Oh, you know what we can do, by the way? I believe that you can integrate KOS into the into MechJeb. So I can actually engage the autopilot and set parameters, I believe, automatically from KOS. That is true, I think, right? I'm almost positive it is. Add-ons, let's see here. Trajectories, Infernal, Remote Tech, Kerbal Alarm Clock. I don't see it in here, but let me try MechJeb. Okay. Well, I know it's possible. I know there's some bridge for it. Give me a quick second. I'm gonna Google this. Okay, it's extra. I might need to add a new mod, maybe KOS MechJeb. Someone in my chat said they actually control MechJeb from KOS, like it's a thing they do, and that's how they basically use KOS to set up their MechJeb for their flights and stuff. Right. I'm having trouble right now loading the forms from KOSP. I don't know why. Okay, that took a very long time. So this is MechJeb add-on. This is from November 15th. That's pretty recent, actually. Integration layer between KOS and MechJeb 2. Okay. Access to most of the MechJeb info items. That's cool. Full vessel state wrappers. I stopped with a quote. I swear to God. Automatic reflection-based deflection generation for high performance. Access to core MechJeb modules like Ascent. Okay. Full covered Ascent autopilot. Classic path only. Okay. Okay. We should give this a try. Delegating to MechJeb seems better than just reinventing the wheel. I like to know how the wheel functions. That's just how I am. KOS. If it's on this, it'd be nice. If it's not, I'll just go download it separately. This is it right here from Pyro. Yes. Okay. I'm going to save and we'll come back to this then. I feel like KSP is one of the best learning tools you could ever have, especially for like this kind of like, for rocket science. Like, I would love to take the opportunity to learn, but at the same time, I'm also trying to entertain a little bit, right? So sometimes we just have to, take the L. If I log on stream one day and I have like 3,000 lines of code written to do a perfect gravity churn, just, I had an epiphany. Okay. Apply. MechJeb add-on. Apply. I just got to sit down and do it. Talking about epiphany. I'm having this, just because I'm going to have to wait for Kerbal to launch here and everything. I'm having a bit of a moment where I'm realizing that I might be joining my guild for raiding. Once they beat Light Blinded Vanguard, they're going to move on to the Crown of Cosmos. If I'm going to play a Warlock, right, I'm probably going to have to play a Destruction Warlock. And I really don't like Destruction Warlock. Oh, God. I'm gonna have to. I had like an epiphany with my Demonology Warlock, and it just kind of clicked for me. And I haven't practiced Destruction at all. I don't know if I'm gonna have to fucking. Oh man, I don't want to go back to Warlock school, bro. Like, there are people that do. Like, look at this guy, this Chinese guy. He's Diabolist. Oh, he's Diabolist. I mean, Diabolist is fine. I don't like Soul Harvester. That's the one I don't like. This has to be a bug. May 8th? How did he do this with Fell Armaments? Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. I don't know. Either way. Just press buttons. I wish it was that easy. Have you seen a Fallout mod? Lets you play Morrowind on your Pip-Boy. No? What the fuck? Can you play Doom on your Pip-Boy? Okay, is there documentation for this mod? per stage and total delta V. That's what I want. Set MJ to add-ons MJ. Okay. Core status wrapper. Okay. Yeah. How good are your parses? I have never done myth raids before. These are my parses on damage on the heroics we've done, which are just like, we just fucking blast them because everyone's got like crazy gear. So I haven't really gotten a lot of pulls. And this is my boss damage, which I'm a little bit more proud of for some of these. It's not very good. Crown is the one that I have literally done the least. I've only gotten 4 pulls on it, basically. And I still feel like you don't learn a fight in 4 pulls. You just don't, right? It's not 4 pulls, sorry, 4 kills. But my parses are not great. Luckily, my guild seems to be really chill. Are you using 1-button rotation? No, I've never done that for Warlock. I'm much better at Warlock now. Is your name Shrimp Scampy? That sounds fucking good, actually. Okay. All right. Let's get this working again. How does 1-button parse typically? It depends on the class. Some 1-buttons are way better than others. I've been looking at my friends and like their builds or their what do you call it? The characters they play. Some of them say that the 1-buttons are completely wrong, and other ones say that it's actually like quite nice. The problem is 1-button doesn't understand context, so it doesn't understand that you need to hold your cooldowns for like a certain phase or a certain thing. So it's like, I think it's actually really dangerous to use when it comes to rating, right? Some people don't understand anything. Yeah, I guess so. To be fair, like, this is me trying, right? Which isn't very good. All right, so let's try this at the very top. At the very top, I need to run this command, which is going to be called set mechjeb to add-ons mechjeb. Okay? And then there's a vessel wrapper for V. We can make that at least. We can do core. Ascent. Yeah, I think I'll just grab all these, man. Because I'll probably be using a lot of these too. Right. Just a couple tries at each boss. Not really progging them. Exactly, right? Let's see here. I'm going to put this in the boot up stage of this, I think. Right before that. Okay. This should flash for like a literal frame. So we'll do wait 1 just to make sure it's okay. I'm interested to see how fast Claude could have done this. Yeah, but I'm not learning when Claude does it. Okay, so we have the wrappers here, and I don't need to know that these are wrappers. I already know that. Core, vessel, info, and ascent. So we have access to all this stuff now, right? Which is good. And we're not using it, but that's going to be important for certain things. This is like angle of attack. That's good to just have, by the way. This would be like our dynamic pressure, TWR. So we can actually maybe get rid of some of our functionality behind this too. But this should be good. Should we have a universal time in seconds? Oh, we should probably actually write that out to the screen, shouldn't we? Ship name? I think like time, maybe like mission time could be really useful. So what is that core? What is that part of? This is vessel? Yeah, so it'd be v dot time. Like that, I believe. Because we're V is our what do you call it? Skirt. It's this up here. It's our vessel. So that should be good. Again, I should probably just double check this works real quick. Okay, and then this also, we can do V orbit, altitudes, velocities, arrow, atmospheric pressure, miscellaneous, net forces. Okay, not what I was thinking. Then we can look at the info, atmospheric pressure, coordinates, orbital basics, RCS, angular, part count, strut count, crew capacity. It's interesting. Target distances, biomes, stage delta V. Okay. Stage delta V, total delta V, AC, vacuum, combined formatted, total delta V. Okay, so I guess what I'm going to do is this. Combined formatted total. Okay, I don't know. Schaefer, what's up, my man? Welcome back, my dude. Yeah, I think that's what I want. So, yeah, like total delta V vacuum would be info total delta V. So we'll grab this, and I'll just do info total delta V back. Okay, let's run this script real fast and see if it even works. So run orbit.ks. It will clobber or hide the built-in read-only variable core. Okay, well, first off, I understand what's going on, but why is it called clobber? So I can't use core? Maybe I call it MJ core. Maybe I just do maybe I just do MJ core. Can I just use C? Is that crazy? Maybe I just keep it the way it is. It's clobbering time. Yeah, what is that, man? Like, what's going on? Let's see if I can even run this. Nope. I'm not allowed to set a name that will clobber or hide built-in function called V. Okay, we're going to start... We're not going to set any of these because we're going to have issues with them. So I think what I will do is straight up just use the MJ and then the specific part of it. And then we can just get rid of this all at the top. And if we need any of it, we'll just grab the MJ version of it. Let's see if that works. Okay, MechJab is running. Now we have an issue with line 122. Which is waiting for terminal update, which is coming from here. And that's getting an issue with time being V time, of course. So that we want MJ vessel time. Okay. Okay. Now we're getting an issue with line 110. Which is here. Total DV vac not found in object vessel. Ah. So we want to go to info. We're going to get there, chat. It is incorrect. Which is interesting because if I look at vessel info, you can actually see certain things. Okay. Interesting. So it was incorrect. Also, the time is like in like Unix time or something, which is crazy. But yeah. Yeah, it's getting like the actual like time here, which is weird. What am I thinking right now? Maybe I'm thinking I'm overthinking this. It cannot be Unix time since it's before 1970. Yeah, I agree with that. Let's actually just double check what the time format's even in right now. Universal time in seconds. Since when, though? Since, like, 1990 or something? You know what? Probably since the very beginning of the playthrough, which is January 1st, 1950 or something like that, right? So we're going to have to make a function to figure out how to write that into a string, which I don't want to do right now. Unironically, I don't want to do that. So, like, I don't know if unironically is even the correct term to use there. It definitely is not. I cannot be asked to do that. So I will not be doing that. I'm going to round this to 2. That's the kind of shit I will do in my free time when I just want to make this just really beautiful, right? Like this playthrough really well. We want to make these into libraries, by the way, and I don't know how to do that. But I think when it says like set mechjeb to add-ons MJ, we can do something like that where we include another file in this file, kind of like a import, right? That way I can make a file that has all my functions that I'm going to be using really often. Like, for example, I want this terminal thing to be used on all my flights, and I don't want to have to use, I don't want to use the same script for this, right? Because every flight might have a little bit of a different functionality. Maybe this one has RCS, maybe this one doesn't. I'm going to make it like kind of a mission-specific thing. So, yeah, save the date in a variable and then use the difference for local time. What do you mean by that? I'm going to have to write a function that looks at the seconds, calculates what month, day, and whatever, like the whole thing. I also, you think there's going to be mission time? Like, you think that's a thing? Not save. Control F. Time. Orbital time to PE. Okay. No. Time to impact to SOI transition. Stage time. Hover. Hot stage lead time. Okay, that's it, setting the autopilot stuff. That's cool. Time ref values. And then there's also auto warp to time. Yeah, what's the mission goal? We're doing Sputnik. That's the mission right now. We need to get a satellite into orbit. Right now, I'm just making a quick readout so I can kind of like, you know, figure things out as it goes. But it should be fine, I think. Did not mean to do that. What the fuck did I just do? Oh, whew. Wait, what? Did I close orbit? How do they do that? Should be fine. Control S. All right. I hit some hotkey to close it. Okay. So we can continue from now. So very first thing, we do some like debug, right? Like debug, right? We quickly say what's going on here. Right, we update the terminal, we wait a couple seconds, and then we start the actual program. So we have a countdown program right here. Then we have pre-ignition, which is here. Then we have the main ignition right here. TWR has to go above 1.0. I probably want to use the built-in TWR that is built into the vessel info, but let's just go with this for now because it's not really going to matter too much, I feel. What we want to do now is think about what is going to happen after we release the clamps, right? After we release the clamps, we're going to do like a roll program, kind of, right? We can just call it roll. And that is going to align the front of the ship with the direction that we want to basically orbit. So we're going to align the front with this, like the azimuth or whatever, with eastwards, which is 90 degrees compass-wise, which should be perfect. So the autopilot will basically do that. Actually, talking about autopilot, we need to figure out how to activate the autopilot. So autopilot. Let's see here. Classic ascent autopilot settings and toggles. So that's down here. So it's going to be ascent, MJ ascent, and this is enabled. That's just basically it. Yeah. So we're going to do that in the pre-ignition stage, right? So we'll throttle up to 1, set steering to up. We don't even need to set steering to up. We can probably get rid of that, now that I think about it. Couldn't we? Yeah. We'll let MechJeb do it. So we'll do MJ dot ascent, right? Dot enable. Like that. Enabled. Okay. It's read write. Do I need to set that to true? I think so. Okay. Okay, so we set the enable to true. We could probably set up all the parameters, right? And they're already set up, so we don't really need to do that. We're going to do the staging ourselves. Everything else will just kind of happen. Let's see. This is not engaged right now. If I go over here and I save this, right, we should be able to see what happens. So we'll just run this orbit. What just happened? Whoops. I was not clicked into the terminal, and it just auto-staged because I hit spacebar. Okay, so run orbit.ks. Okay. Launching here. All right. Let's see what happens. The autopilot's, there it goes. So disengage. So autopilot's good to go. It didn't let go of the clamps. Because I have this set up incorrectly. Let me go set this up correctly now. So because of the way this game works, you actually have to have a stage, otherwise you will not get any downwards distance, because it's I think it's a bug, right? But you will not get any downrange distance for any of your missions that require it unless you stage something. So we will stage the launch clamps correctly this time. So run orbit.ks again. Okay. Yeah, we got to get past that. We used to just keep everything on one stage, right? Okay, good. And there we go. So we waited till we got above a certain TWR, then we released the launch clamps, right? Now we're in the roll program, which, if done correctly, there we are. So now we've rolled over. Okay. So that's the first, like, 500 meters. Okay, good. We did get the roll program. Ship altitude is greater than or equal to apoapsis. Oh, that's because that's simple. So until the ship altitude is greater than like 500. Yeah. Well, we don't want to wait one. Sucks that this is the way we really need to do stuff, right? So once we get above 100, okay. It's not the way I want to do this, I'll be real with you. But I think I want to just get this thing into space. Okay, so once we're done with the roll program, we're gonna do the basically the gravity churn stage. Gravity churn, we'll do like phase 1. Maybe update program name into terminal update function. I kind of get what you're getting at. I have terminal update in the update program already. But if so it'd be like, wouldn't it be like a loop, like a forever loop if I did that? Or you mean like re-implement it? So we are gravity churning right now up until we run out of fuel. So what we need to do now is think about thrust. So I need to hot stage, and I think there is a very good piece of data I could use in here that can basically detect when I'm going to run out of fuel. If you look on the orbit information, nope. If you look on the Delta V stats, there is a number here that is like time till we run out of fuel. I'm going to basically track that now. And when that reaches 2 seconds, we'll ignite the next engine. And then when that hits 0 and we have no thrust, then we will separate. That way we don't need to worry about ullage whatsoever, right? So we need to think about like burn time, control F. Let's see about burn time. It's not, yeah, time to next maneuver node we don't care about. Suicide burn countdown we don't care about. Stage time, yeah. Stage burn time at current throttle. That can't be it, right? Circularization. No, it's got to be one of these then, right? Or maybe it's just doing math for it. Stage burn time at current throttle. So maybe it's T burn C. Maybe that's what we're looking for. Let's get that as a readout and see what that actually does. What is this an info? Info. Okay. So this is why I want to have like some extra stuff down here, right? So we'll print, right? Burn time. Right, and we'll do this. Whoops. MJ dot info. That. Okay. And that should be fine. Surely. Separate when thrust is 0 just in case it does not burn every last drop of fuel. That is why I'm looking at burn time for when to... Yeah, burn time is when we'll start the hot stage. Thrust is when we will stage. I think that's a good like safety net where when the thrust disappears, then we know we can stage and there's no worry about it. Right? So run orbit.ks. Okay. Burn time is 0 right there. Everything should be automatic, by the way. Like this whole launch, essentially I want to make it automatic. Okay, 176 I believe is correct because that should be 2 minutes and 50-ish seconds, right? Yes, that is correct. Okay, so this number here is the time. So when this goes less than 2, I think then we could ignite stage 2 engines. Okay, let's do that. So now we are looking at gravity turn phase 1. So until MJ info T burn C, until that is less than or equal to 2, we'll just update the terminal and wait. When that happens, then we can basically ignite the stage. So this is basically that code right here. I will copy that and put it here. Okay, so we don't need the ullage. We'll just do engines. And for each engine in stage 2 engines, we're going to activate that. Once they're activated, we want to until... Yeah, I mean, we update this now. So, yeah. Gravity churn sent hot stage. Okay, so now we want to wait until we have no thrust. So what are we grabbing for thrust up here? Ship thrust. Until thrust is less than or equal to 0. Then we're going to wait again. Right, and then we do the gravity churn. Miko. Trying to think. We want to wait a very short amount of time before we disconnect. Just a very short amount. And then we will run the decouplers. Alright, so then we basically use the decouplers. So that will decouple. And then we're going to upgrade to stage 2. Burn. Burn? Burn. Okay. Then this will continue upwards until essentially we get to our apoapsis. So this is the ascent program basically done, I think. Okay, we're getting somewhere. This is good. Let's see how this works. Okay, chat, let's see how good we're doing. All right, run orbit.ks. This burn time needs to be adjusted, but whatever, it's fine. Okay. Oh my god. So we're in the roll program. Roll program goes until 500 meters. I can get rid of a lot of this stats now. I just don't need it. Okay. After 500 meters, we're now in the gravity turn part of this ascent, which happens once we reach 107 meters a second. That's when the real orbit reference not set to instance of an object. Why are we having a null reference? Total burn time should never... Is that correct? Why are we having a null object reference? Like, we're getting that exact info here. MJ info T burn C. Right? And at line 163, MJ info T burn C. Object reference is not set to an instance of object. If I had a dollar every time I got that message. When this is less than or equal to 2. Is it a string? Maybe? It doesn't feel like it's a string. No, it's trying to reference something that does not exist right now. MJ info burnt. I don't understand why. Oh. No, because this worked as well, even though I didn't put periods on them, so that was fine. What the hell-y? My code's crashing, chat. What do I do? Is it like a try again and see if we can just fix it? Like, what happened? I'm actually so confused why we were able to write the variable to the output, but not write it or not use it as a comparison. Like, I don't understand that really. Round. Okay. right? Okay. Okay. We're good. Yeah, the booping sound is always good, right? What append when you write code and run at the same time do you need to compile? This doesn't compile, I don't think, but it does compile. It does like a... It compiles in like a... I don't know how to describe this. It compiles for simulation. Because they want to simulate that you can basically fit this code in a certain amount of space. So rather than saving everything in like plain text and it's just like that, technically things compile down into like instruction words. But I believe it's not a compiled language. It's complicated. KSM is more like a minify than a compile. Yeah, it's interpreted, but it's also like they try to simulate how you would program on a real computer. How you could write really long code, but your compiler will make it smaller or whatever, or sometimes larger, right? Because I only have but so many bytes available to me, since that's like a balancing thing in this mod pack. But currently, we're not doing, we're not really doing that, I feel. Okay, we are not having this issue until we have to access this here. What the fuck is going on? Why is this MJ info T-burn C? This is the exact same information I'm grabbing here. I just copy pasted it. Exactly the same thing. Why is that not able to be referenced? My theory is it's a string. That's why. And we're comparing an integer to a string. I can't tell. Try it with round? Why would that matter? You think round can take a string and make it into an int or something? Or not an int, but like a float? I mean, couldn't I just convert it anyways? Conversion from float to int failing, maybe? Oh, I don't know. Sure, round. I just think that's a terrible idea, but let's just do it anyways. Because why not? I've seen a lot of worse ideas, alright? Most of them are mine. Monster time? Uh-oh, Patty. It's already fucking 10 o'clock here. Holy shit. It's weird also, like, the date, the time pass is so weird on Mondays, man. Yeah, when we're trying to, like, write stuff to a string, of course it wouldn't matter if it's a string, but if we're trying to compare it to a float, some languages allow you to do that. Actually, a lot of languages allow you to do that. Maybe not this one. Patty, today better not be one of those, like, 3 monster days, brother. You need to survive. I need to be big and strong for our vacation coming up. Last week, Patty had a day where he drank a coffee at 8:30, and by 9:15, he had a monster cracked open. It's one of those kind of nights. Double Red Bull Monday, I call it. Yeah. Okay, bro. That can't be healthy? Oh, surely it's healthy. Yeah, surely. Okay. Will it fail after reaching... It didn't fail. Fuck. Why is it not understanding MJ? Why? Like, actually, why is it not understanding that? Where's MJ from? I'm setting this variable equal to this. Should I try it just directly? But why would I have to do that? I reference it every single frame update for these, and it's working fine. Maybe it can't. I don't know. Did you ever set MJ instead of locking it? Yeah, it's at the very top. First line of the whole code. You're still comparing a float to an int there? No. That's not the issue. The issue is object reference not set to an instance of an object. It is looking for a object. It's looking for an address in memory that's not there. Something is getting rid of that, right? It is very bizarre. I don't understand. It's very weird. Again, it's weird because every single update tick that I do here, like all of these, are all grabbing that. Like they're all grabbing this, and it's just for some reason, all of a sudden it's breaking here, and I don't know why. It actually makes no sense. I will try one more time here. Oops. There we go. MJ instead of add-ons MG? I'm calling the entire thing. Oh. No, add-ons MJ is correct. Yeah, add-ons MJ for MechJeb, info, T-burn C. That should be correct. Again, we're pulling the number right here. It should be okay. I bet the error message might be misleading. I think so too. I'll be honest with you. I think it's throwing that error. It doesn't make sense that I can pull it from like the line before, then all of a sudden it's having a null object reference. That doesn't make any sense for me. I don't know. Very weird, for sure. Oh, chat, good morning, by the way. Happy Monday. I hope your tests go well. I hope everything goes well for you this week, man. I know, you guys done with finals soon, if you're in school right now? Hopefully soon. What? It's working. But why? Meow. Meow. Okay, what should happen, chat, is 2 seconds before we run out of fuel, it should activate my engine for the hot stage, and then the main engine will cut off from running out of fuel. It will wait a quarter of a second, and then it will decouple that stage. Alright? That's the plan, hopefully. I have a theory. When I use until, it is every cycle going, checking, right? Like every single cycle. And well, I guess technically that's not true, right? I have a theory that, like, the way the add-on sets the T burn time only updates every so often, and we're checking in between that, and somehow it's being changed or something in between those checks. I have no idea how. That doesn't even make sense to me. But I don't know how this add-on is, or whatever is written. Maybe a locked var function to use in the until. Maybe we need to make that. Maybe we need to write this. Yeah. Okay. Let's try this and see what happens. So at the very top, right, we're setting parameters, right? We're locking TWR to that. Let's lock time to burn time to this, right? Let's just see what happens. And then we'll use burn time in these areas. And maybe that'll be okay. Right, because this is definitely extremely weird that this is happening. Okay, so burn time, and let's just run orbit.ks. Let's see if it works. We are getting 0 seconds. That's a good sign, because we've already gotten past and we're supposed to lock that value to there. This might actually break even easier. Okay. Good. That should be good, right? Set it to a variable and update the variable in your until would probably fix it. So when you lock a variable, every cycle it updates. So this is basically updating it without us actually checking by updating it. Right? So it is basically set to update. That's my theory, is it's something's going on with some disconnect somewhere with it. And it's pulling, this burn time is pulling the exact same number as our ascent function as well. Or I guess our gravity turn function here. So this number is being compared to 2 when it gets to the gravity turn ascent part, right? Which I guess is in right now, because we're past the angle change here. Yeah. Probably for 1 frame the variable is being set to null or something, which is super bizarre because it would have to be set to null. And like I don't want to do a null. This is pissing me off. This information, by the way, is available on the where is it at? Like the delta V stats, it's available here. Like it's getting this. This is correct. And it's random when it happens. Maybe we should put a null check in. Yeah, and if it's null, then it's null. The thing is, which I find interesting. I guess not, actually. I was going to say, like, when's it checking that? It's before the terminal update. Oh, it's so weird. It might be a bridge bug, yeah. Okay. We should do a null check, I guess. How do I do this, though? Because this is lock burn time to this, right? And it actually crashed on line 95. because that was, I guess it was called from line 166. So maybe the null check should be on line 166 here. So until burnt time is two, like, I don't know, man. Like if, yeah, it's like we can check if it's null, but if it is null, what do we do with it? Like, is that just another, like, invalid state? Like, it needs to not be null and also under 2 seconds. Maybe? I don't know, man. It's weird. It's definitely weird. Maybe we need to make it in the lock function here. Like right now, we're just saying this is T burn time C, right? And when this tries to access this, it might be... No. See, the issue is... I don't think the issue is here, right? Because if it tries to reference this object and it's not there, whatever, right? Like, it's going to be null. I think the issue is when we're trying to compare it to 2. So I guess, yeah, a new function. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely weird. What's wrong with vessel burn time? Is that a function that we have access to? The total burn time of this vessel, or 5 if the vessel has 0 delta V. What the fuck does that mean, or 5? Dude, we can try vessel burn time, actually. Hold on. Let's just see what happens here. These little quirks we got to figure out, man. Yeah, we don't want to set null to 0. That'd be bad. We'd want to set it to like 9999 or something like that, right? Which might fuck us up even later. It's just not a good idea, I feel. Ship burn time is definitely not a thing. Okay. Is that because we don't have, like, the ship yet? I'm a little confused. Why is that a problem? It's vessel? Vessel's a struct. Or whatever. I think this does not have a burn time because we're not in a phase where it can have a burn time. Right? Oh, dude, the people that write code that actually is like used in real life rockets, it must be so scrutinized. It's crazy. Yeah. Now it's like the burn time technically is 0 second. I mean, like, look at this here, though. Stage 5 as well. I don't understand why it says total burn time of this vessel or 5 if the vessel has 0 delta V. It's a bit strange. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird. I feel like the reason why, again, right now it is currently... But the thing is, it's like... Look, what's the problem here? Like, shouldn't it just be 0? Yeah. I don't know, man. We can write a function. Function grab burn time, right? And what we could do here is try to go back to how we were doing this before, right? Let's go back to, you know, t burn time. Wait, alias? Stage time current. Is that what I want? Or could I just use the alias? I guess it doesn't matter. You think the alias is what's fucking this up? Wait a second. So this would be addon.mecjeb info stage time current, right? No, it's not. It's vessel, isn't it? Okay, okay. What the fuck is this again? Oh, God. Okay, I think it's an info. It is. MJ info. And we can just leave it like that, too. Info. Stage. Or they want us to use the burn time, don't they? There's no tab complete for this? Oh, because I'm stupid. We don't have tab complete for this bridge. Okay. Do we think... I have a really bizarre theory. There's no way this works. There's no way. There's no way that works. Oh, I don't know. My theory is the process of making the alias is what's fucking it up. Does case matter in this language? No, and it's really ugly. I'm going to be real with you. I don't know. Override, by the way, thanks for the sub, by the way. Thank you, my man. Welcome, welcome. This is one of those things where, like, the problem is not KSP, and it's not me. It's the fucking programming language that's just being stupid right now. Remember, software only does what you tell it to do. So, I don't know, man. Maybe it's my fault. Oh, God. Okay. Why is the burn time, like, flickering like that? Is that concerning? What? How do I do what I want to do here? It's not just single equals. What? Why, when I type in null, does nothing happen? If defined? If defined. What does that mean if it's not defined? You need to do if defined to see if there is a defined before returning the value, or just return 0. No, we can't just return 0. We can't. Again, this says local time to mechjeb info stage current time. This will just set time to a null, which is fine. Right? It's referencing something that's not there, but it should just set it to a null. I'm almost positive. And then when we compare that null to like an integer or something, that's when we're running into issues, I feel. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Maybe I am just being stupid and that's not true. Let's see here. Define returns a bool true or false according to whether or not an identifier is defined in such a way that you can use it as part of this program. Huh. So, if... Hold on. So I guess we'll do if find or something, right? I don't know. I'll return the actual time, or it'll be a hugely large number. And then I could look for that or whatever. 5, like mechjeb? No, mechjeb returns 5, not if it's undefined, but if there's 0 delta V left. I don't know. Brewer says, I would like to pet the cat. Brewer, here's your cat pet. There you go. There's Melvin. There you go. All right, let's see if this works. We'll get this. We'll get this. We'll get this. Surely we'll get this. How bad could it be, chat? Surely it's fine. I'm not yawning. It was someone in chat that yawned, and it was just contagious. I don't know. Orbit.ks. Not my fault. Why is launch antennas open? Or real antennas? What did I do? Why is it open? Huh? Okay, there's 2 theories right now. Alright? One theory is that it's being undefined always. Or it's like, it doesn't even look like it's swapping at all. See how it's flickering? Is it trying to go to the normal time, then go back? Like, we're in the ascent part of this. Why isn't it... Why aren't we getting... Well, I mean, we're not going to get that weird issue anymore, right? Wait. Am I... Is this supposed to look like that? I'm gonna go crazy. Does that error even make sense? I'm checking if it's even real, but then it's saying object reference not set to an instance of an object. Shouldn't that just be false? What? That makes no sense. That doesn't even make sense. I'm doing a null check, and it's like saying, like, oh, you can't check null because this object is null. What the fuck does that mean? It's probably the MJ itself that's null. How does that mean? How can it be? I gotta stand up. We're gonna go about this a different way, I think. I'm gonna make my own fucking burn time function. I can figure it out. If you know an engine's efficiency, and you know how much delta V you have left, or whatever, or maybe we just look at delta V in stage. We can just fucking figure it out, bro. We can, how bad could it be, bro? Surely. I'll be right back, chat. How can it be? All right, chat. Oh, let's see here. Okay, actually, so this is a weird question. If it's MechJeb that I can't reference, wouldn't, no matter how I try to do this, break? Like, I couldn't even grab... Well, you know what? Let's try this. This is the Delta V total. That's in the whole ship, which is... Is that even accurate? That can't even be accurate. Is that... Does that ever even change? What the fuck? Dude. It's the same thing here. Dude, I don't even know anymore. There seems to be a bug, and getting a new ship or even reverting back to an older save was the way to fix it for them. The posts are older than 2020, though. Yeah. Chat, you want to look at my retirement? Here's my retirement, brother. It's a good day, bro. It's a good day. We're up 12. It was up 30% on Friday. Up another 12% today. No, my retirement, bro. Go back up. Oh, it's so good, man. It's so good. The greatest stock I've ever purchased. Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, I gotta find that clip when I was like, you guys should buy Rocket Labs when they IPO'd. I gotta go find that clip from back in the day, from 6 years ago. You're welcome, by the way. You're welcome. You bought at 10? I bought at 4. Okay, I didn't buy at 4. My average cost now is like 7. I bought technically at 15, and then I rebought at 4. And by rebought, I mean I bought more. All right. When the IPO happened back in the day, it IPO'd at 10, and then I bought it when it mooned up to like 15 or so. I bought a bunch, and then it crashed really hard, and I was like, man, that was a bad investment. But I didn't sell because I don't sell stock, because you only lose money when you sell. All right. And it took, look at this, man, from October 2021, it took till, and I just kept buying when it was low. It took till like 2024 November till it actually went back in the green for me. Oh, man. All right. We gotta fucking... I don't know what to do here, man. I don't know. I guess you're saying this bug happens and you need to like reload your vessel, but you would think loading this scene would fix that, right? But you're saying it doesn't. How much did I buy? Oh, yeah, not enough. Absolutely not enough. Oh, shit. Okay, thank God. I hit the wrong button. I almost just spent, like, a lot of money by accident. I'm very tempted to sell, like, 30% and sit on it and rebuy when it drops again, or invest in SpaceX IPO. I'm not gonna... hear me out. Never sell. Unless you actually need the money right now for something, I wouldn't even sell, ever. Run orbit. Not financial advice. I feel like there are very few situations in life where people are probably happy they sold, right? If you need to buy a house, or if you're trying to, like, whatever, I get it. Like, if there's something you're actually actively financially trying to do, it makes sense. But otherwise, like, what are you doing? And before Rocket Lab peaks and you lose unrealized gains? Why would it matter? Dude, everyone's been saying that the entire time Rocket Lab has been going up. Like, I just don't sell, man. Do you own Bitcoin? Hell yeah, brother. It will panic if there's no MechJeb module to be found. Could be something with the electric load or modules being disabled. Not a code problem. I don't think it's electric load. I definitely agree that it's having an issue referencing MechJeb. So what we need to do... What the fuck just happened? Why do they just point downwards? What the... I have launched this rocket like 10 times and it's never done that. I am getting frustrated with this game today, man. Dave Matthews, what's up, my man? Hold on, I got the pet Melvin for you. There you go. It's an Astro rocket? No, it's not going sideways. It's a Monday for sure. It sounds like someone's got a case of the Mondays. Let's try again, dude. I don't know what's going on with this. Why is burn time... I still don't understand why burn time is 99999. I don't get that. Oh, I don't know, dude. Chat, happy Monday, by the way. It's definitely a Monday. Holy. Even my rocket's feeling it, man. Oh, man. We're gonna not just do KSP today. I thought we'd be able to get through this a lot faster, but it seems like I might completely be wrong. The restart fixed some of your buggy code? I think we're having an issue currently. And I think the issue is this add-on we're using for MechJeb, for to bridge it together. I think it's randomly having null instances where it can't... Like, I think the fucking MechJeb part of it, like this part here, I think this is an issue. It doesn't understand where MechJeb's at. So documentation says it will always output false if it's not a pure identifier. Okay. Weird. Yeah, this add-on might be buggy. Maybe. Have you ever landed on the Mun? Oh, yeah. A couple times. So, core running. Again, we couldn't even check that if this was not accessible. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. You see kind of latest version for this mod? I have the newest version for these two, yeah. For MechJeb. For MechJeb, we were on version 2.15.2. And for this, it's 0.0.4. And I don't know if we can look on the repo and see if they had, like, bug fixes or whatever. This has got to be a problem here. MechJeb data not appearing in KOS. That's got to be the issue. Right? So it's partially fixed. Maybe it's not fixed all the time. I don't know. Try overwriting add-ons with MJ. What is that? What do you mean by that? Yeah. Do you think this might be the problem? So, again, you're saying that I should do this. Right? This is what you want to see. Didn't we try that? I swear we did. Yeah, I swear we did. But, like, if chat's telling me to try it, maybe they know something. Right? You did lock MJ to add-ons. Same with burn time equals ship VAL burn time. The changelog specifically references more robust in RP-1 simulation as being something worked on, since grabbing MechJeb can be problematic when scenes are loaded. I wonder if it's trying to grab MechJeb in between like frames when it. Again, if MechJeb is like set to like a place in memory, why would it ever get unset? Especially like in between frames or something, or maybe it's just like a thing that's cleaning it up or something. It's very weird. I think we need to actually not use this mod. I think it's actually causing us more problems than it's helping us with, which is annoying. It definitely is annoying, for sure. Because, like, I don't want to sit here and have to debug something that's not my own problem, right? Like, that's the issue. You can spend a week debugging this, then playing. Yeah, I know, right? It's like, come on. Okay. Okay, let me grab the Delta V, if I can, from this. I think I will do my own stuff. So, here. Ship Delta V. And again, we were grabbing this over here. And we're grabbing that from MechJeb. So I think I will do ship Delta V, ship stage number, current. Okay, I think I get it. So I'm going to try this then. Okay. We can try this and see what happens. I have a feeling it will not work. So this is going to get our current stage, and it's going to go look for the information for this, right? It's going to find the stage number and then display that, possibly, is stage Delta V, which I think will actually be kind of cool if that works. And then we can use that and look at that value. Oh, I fucking did not mean to do that. But yeah, we should be able to look at that value, and that value when it hits 0 will basically mean that we have no thrust. And what we can do is instead of doing like 2 seconds before, we can just be like, oh, like when you only have like 50 Delta V left, then activate the hot stage. And technically it should be a ratio based off the ISP or something plus the Delta V, because then we can calculate like how long it will burn for or whatever. But again, I think it is a bit complicated. So 0ms makes sense. Once we stage and we start flying, this Delta V should actually say something. And when it launches. Okay, it's a bad sign. I don't understand. Why? Stage Delta V. Oh. Bro, is this crazy to think about? I don't think it's like my game or whatever. I think it's KRPC. Oh, not KRPC, sorry. I think it's RP-1 that's causing this issue right now. Usually when you click your engine stage, you have information based off of it. And I just, like, don't right now. Dude, I don't know how to do this. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do right now. I can't grab the Delta V from the rocket. I can't grab the burn time from MechJeb. What do I do in order to figure out when this... Maybe... I think I have to maybe grab the fuel value, bro. I can see thrust. That's fine. Thrust is a value I can calculate correctly, right? Maybe I just look at fuel, and if we have less than a certain percentage of fuel left, then we know we're going to go. Right? Like, it's not like... It's going to burn stuff inefficiently or, like, whatever, but... I don't know what to do. I'm not sure. ISP and fuel amount should do the trick. Well, ISP will never change. That is like staying the same, basically. Yeah, and I also, like, I think the reason why we can't grab this is because we're playing in this crazy mod pack. And I think this value would be the value that would... You know, when you go in the game in KSP, you know when you click the stage, you can see, like, the thrust, the weight, stuff like that, right? That should be in here. That info isn't popping up. So my theory is that it does not work. Maybe with these engines, or maybe just that functionality was turned off somehow. Could we do total fuel in tons or something? I actually have no idea. Let me look it up. Resource. We should be able to see what a resource is in a tank. Amount, that's what we're looking for. Maximum amount and the current amount. We'll look for when there's like 5% left. Is this tank currently in the fuel flow? Yes. Okay. That's cool too. So, why didn't this fail? A single resource value a thing holds. Fuel, electric charge. This type is returned. Okay. So, this is on a part. Chat, I'm going to fix this once and for all. I'm fixing it. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I got this. All right? Let's label this tank name tag. I'm going to call this TNK Stage 01 Tank 01. All right? Then we're going to do this one. We're going to name that TNK Stage 02 Tank 02. 01. Sorry. Okay? No, I got this. I got this, chat. Do not worry. Change this tag, TNK, stage 03, tank 01. All right, now what we're going to do is go up to the very top here and grab our tanks. So set RCS, set engine, set decoupler, set fairings. Let's do the same thing with tanks. So stage 1, tanks. All right. This will be TNK, stage 1, everything. Okay, copy, paste. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, 33. Stage 2, stage 3. There we go. Okay, we now have all the tanks. What I'm going to do is make a function here that it's not going to grab burn time. It's going to grab, it's going to be fuel, rem fuel, I guess, right? So remaining fuel. Sure. And what I need to do is look at the current stage, which is actually kind of a cool thing. I don't know what stage we're on, actually. But we'll input, I guess, what part we want to look at. So parameter tank. Okay. So we'll know that'll be the tank here. And then I'm going to say tank, it'll be a part. So we're looking for the part resources. So resources or something like that, right? I don't know. I know I'm not using caps anymore. It's almost kind of pissing me off. Capacity. Okay. Then we're going to check the amount right now. Okay. And then we'll, don't you name your strings backwards? Didn't you name your stages backwards? No. Return the amount over capacity. The thing is, like, I need this to be return. I feel like I need this to be... Yeah, that's fine. It doesn't matter. Okay. Okay. So we have this. So what I am looking for is when... What the fuck was that function I just wrote? What was it called? Rem fuel? So instead of burn time, we're looking at rem fuel for stage 1 tanks. All right. And this is going to be multiple. I only have one, though. How do I grab the first item from this? Do I just do that? I guess technically what it should do is we should go up here and fix that. So we will do this as a, we have a parameter tank. That's what we are inputting. Tanks, yeah. And then we got to do like a for each or whatever, right? For, God, how do we even do that actually? I'll be real, like it's been a while since I wrote a for each loop here. What's the syntax for it? For blank in blank. Okay. For tank in tanks. All right. So we'll do this for every single one. We're going to have cap. We'll have a local total cap to 0. And then we'll do another local total amount to 0. Okay. And then for each of these, right, I want to, right, total cap plus equals that. I hate this language. Dude, I think we're coming to the same agreement here. Okay. That's not how I'm supposed to do that. Expected a period? Can you not do plus equals in this language? I'm changing the uppercase and lowercase. I'm just telling you now, I'm getting a bit frustrated. I don't know what else I'm supposed to do here. I hate holding the fucking shift button for all the fucking stuff we gotta type. And I don't like doing caps because it fucks me up later on. It's just like one of those things, man. I'm just doing it however I vibe with. There is no plus equals. What? There's no plus equals in this language? Don't you need to use set? I thought you used local. If you set, does it use the local variable? I don't fucking know. Yeah, I don't know, chat. I don't know. Oh, man. Isn't it a single equals? What do you mean? Use local to define, then set to change. Gotcha. Okay, so set. So for every tank, I need to set total cap to total cap. Oh, God. Plus that. That is how you got to do it. And total amount is the total amount plus the amount. Oh, boy. Okay, so there we go. Now we have total cap, we have total amount after all that. A little bit cursed, not going to lie. And then we return these two. All right, cool. So rem fuel, and that should be rem fuel R. I think is what I'm going to call that because it's a ratio. It's important to know that. So let's call this rem fuel R. Those storage tanks. When that is less than 0.0 or 0.05, so less than 5% fuel. Honestly, let's do like 2%. Let's even see if that's going to work. We should be good here. Update, terminal update, still using burn time. Yeah. Let's completely get rid of that. Okay. Good. Jesus. It is what it is, chat. So when that is almost no fuel remaining, right? I think what I would like to do as well is, well, I can't print actually the way I want to. Let's just believe it's going to work. We're going to activate these engines. We're hot staging. The thrust will never hit 0, by the way. So at this point, it's like, it's a bit confusing, but I think what I would need to do is just put in like a weight, and I think I might just hard code this at this point. We'll do something like this for now. Okay, let's see if this works. Just see. Hopefully no tank ever has a capacity of 0. Shut up. Shut up. It's fine, dude. Run orbit.ks. What a fucking doozy, man. Okay. Thrust up. And go. Oh, chat. Chatty chat. What a Monday, dude. What a Monday. Why am I doing this on a fucking Monday? We could be doing anything, man. What is wrong with us? Okay. So when we grab resource, right, it gave us a whole list of a few things here, which makes sense, right? We have a resource, kerosene, liquid oxygen, and HTP. So what we want to grab, I think, is resource 0 specifically, because that will just be the top one. And they'll be about the same anyways. We're making a lot of assumptions here, all right? But yeah, we have resources. And I think that's going to work. So we'll grab resources 0. Right, and we have a bunch of values, right? The total amount and the current amount. Yeah. Okay. Surely this fixes everything, dude. Hell yeah. Ship it, literally. In before nitrogen bug. Oh, I didn't even... No, because this is not considered in the tanks, because the only tanks that will be considered are tanks that have the proper designator. So, checkmate, bitch. Alright. I thought I had somehow. That's why we do the designator thing. The designator thing makes it so we don't think about other shit that's not important. Oh, it's crazy that we've been doing this for fucking 3 hours, and I technically haven't even started programming the hard part of this. Is that fucking mind-blowing or what? The hard part of this is going to be the ullage burn. Should that be wiggling like that? I don't know if that's a good wiggle or not. I'm not sure. Good news, chat. We are in the ascent part of the gravity churn, which means that we're on the code that has been breaking and it's not broken yet. Okay. It's a good sign. This is a good sign. Okay. So now we are waiting for the fuel to get down to 2%. And what is 0.02 times 20.7? 0.4. Oi. What are you doing? I wonder if we got to make the fins more, what's the term I want to use here? Larger, I guess? Okay. That shouldn't be happening, by the way. Well, no fucking shit, it shouldn't be happening, obviously. But yeah, like, if we build this rocket and it costs us a bunch of money and that fucking happens, we have problems. All right, autopilot enabled. Awaiting liftoff. Okay, yeah. I think that is happening because of aerodynamic drag. The problem is, there must be a bit of variance in this because, like, we're doing this launch and we're not having that happen, but sometimes we are, right? And, like, again, our program should not be fucking with this at all. Because we're never changing the steering anymore in our program. I think if I, like, search steering... Yeah, like, all the stuff here that we have... It's all not being used right now. So it should not matter. It's confusing. I don't know. I'm sure it's fine, dude. Getting a shimmy, bro. Did I tell you guys I watched The Martian on Saturday? Do you want to know when I watched it? Unless I told you on Saturday stream or whatever, maybe Sunday stream. I watched The Martian at 4 in the morning. I didn't want to go to bed because I wasn't tired. So I was like, oh man, I want to watch The Martian, so I did. Good movie. Good movie. Last night? No, on Saturday night. And then I finished at, maybe it was like 3 a.m. Either way, I finished around like 5:30ish or so. And then I went to bed, woke up and streamed. Why am I always tired? Again, man, I thrive with the tiredness. Back end, what's up, my man? Welcome back, 19 months. Hold on, I'll pat the cat for you. I got this. Hold on. Hold on, Melvin. There you go. You're welcome. Thanks for the sub, my dude. All right. Will it work? We are waiting for 0.4. When this says 0.4, it should activate the second engine. And then it's going to wait half a second, and then it should decouple, I think. Or something like that. .4. We will have residuals, but I don't know exactly how much. I'll have to look at the percentage. All right, here we go. And 0.4 might be too much. We'll see. Hold. I think I know what's going on. Very clever, I think. Maybe. Maybe not. This name tag? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. This is DEC SO1 DO1. Okay, so decouplers, stage 1 decouplers. DEC SO1 DO1 should be that. That's correct, right? So why are there 2 decoupler buttons? Don't worry about it. We already tested it. It already works. I'm not entirely sure if that's true, actually. Stage 1 decouples. Decouple, decoupler. What the fuck is going on? That should work. That should work. Decouple top node. Right? Decouple top node. In the decouple function, decouple top node. Interstate. Shit. This is called IB procedural hollow interstage ring. What I was looking at is something different. Shit. Okay. It's got to be this then. Interstage fairing adapter flat. Right? This is procedural hollow interstage ring. Good God, I hate this, bro. Dude, you know AI would be 10 times worse doing this, like vibe code-wise, with all this fucking weird nuances going on. IB procedural hollow interstage ring. All right. More than likely, it is module decouple and decouple top node. Probably. Interstage fairing adapter flat is such... It's like... It's because that's a whole different one. Oh, it's so weird. This is not showing me what I want to show you. That is the old one, right? But because I wanted the exhaust not to blow this up, I used this one. And I already tested this one, and it does work, and it's that, right? If I click this, interstage fairing adapter flat, right? Same thing with decoupling or whatever. This is a whole different fucking thing, dude. That is kind of funny. Okay, the good news is It works, like it kind of worked. Like maybe a little bit too quick. Like maybe we gotta wait till about 1% left or something like that. But like let's just send it and see what happens. Right? Like it should be okay. Hopefully. How is it still only Monday? What do you mean, bro? You can give AI the craft file? No. I feel like that is a disaster waiting to happen. And that would be, I just feel like it would be extremely annoying to fix or whatever, or try to hold his hand. Okay, roll program is looking good. Very aggressive roll program, I'm not gonna lie. It's faster than I expected. Again, I feel like AI might be able to do it, but at the same time, it really needs to understand a lot of stuff. And, like, there is not that much training data for KSP. So, like, I don't know how much it's going to know how to do. Maybe you could give it your craft file, and it could just, like, use it as context to figure out how to write a script to go to orbit. Imagine if it one-shot that program. Can you imagine, like, actually how crazy that'd be? Like, if I asked it to make me, like, a program to go to space, and I gave it my craft file, it would probably ignore the craft file, and then essentially just Google it, right? Then just base it off of, like, documentation and references and stuff that are just, like, very generic, like usual. I tried it with a sounding rocket, and it's shit. Awesome. Alright. Still going up so far. I have the yawns right now, chat. That's not ideal. If it came close to a one-shot, everyone's in trouble. I'm really hoping that AI is not touching any code that has to do with rocketry nowadays. I really hope that is, like, human code. I really think the coding standards from, like, the NASA coding standards they put out, like, are so strict. I feel like that, like, AI would not be able to... It wouldn't... I feel like it's almost like the consistency they look for, right? They're not looking for a lot of lines. They're looking for really well-written code. And I feel like that's something that's really good for... Like, humans are good at doing. Didn't NASA land Perseverance using AI? Machine algorithms are not LLMs. Completely different thing. Giving a model a whole bunch of training data, like, we're going to throw you in this simulator, you know, like a million times, and here's all the data that your sensors saw. Okay, so that was a bit too quick, but that does work. That's very different. AI is everything now, man. It doesn't even matter what it is. Okay, I'm going to try... This might be bad, but I think I'm going to try 1% fuel. This currently... I don't even know what it had. I think the residuals are less than 1%, typically. That could bug us, I guess, technically. AI's taking on a different meaning. Isn't that suck? I fucking hate that. Okay, and then, yeah, we're in stage 2 burn. Okay, stage 2 burn is going to happen literally till we're out of fuel, I think. Oh. Wait 5 seconds. Wait 10 seconds. And then we are going to jettison our fairings. So it should just be decouple fairings, I think. Decouple fairings, yeah. And fairings are in stage 2. So stage 2 fairings. So what we say here is DEC, or for far in stage 1 fairings. Stage 2 fairings, right? We're going to decouple far. Okay. Yeah, okay. Then we are going to wait until the fuel is out in the stage 2 tanks. And then when the fuel is out, right, we would already have jettisoned these. Right. I can't, like, turn this off because the, what do we call it? The autopilot's still on. So at this point, I think we can turn the autopilot off. Do we agree with this? Why is my... disengage autopilot? Why is that not working? Chat, I can't turn the autopilot off. Oh, this script is turning it back on, is it not? Actually, though, why is it not turning off? Is it actually because the script is turning it back on? That doesn't make any sense. It only does that at the very boot process. Oh, chat, do you want to know something kind of funny? I'm not entirely sure how this works either, okay? So I'm going to revert this back to the vehicle launch. I want to test this. We have 2 computers aboard this rocket. We have one here, which has control over 80 tons of mass, so we can move this whole rocket. Then we have this one, which has 8 tons of mass. Currently, this is booting up with boot KS, and this is not booting up with anything. I'm going to see if I can actually run the main computer on this, and see if this could also grab authority of this. The RCS is burning forward because your throttle's full. You don't understand. I hit X and it wouldn't turn it down. And I couldn't disengage the autopilot. And the autopilot is what was putting my throttle back to full. That is definitely the problem. For sure it is. For sure, for sure. Okay, so we should be able to... Let's see if this works. Run orbit.ks. Right? Does it have authority to rotate the rocket? Like, can it use this avionics? I have no idea. Sure, you can turn on another one, or maybe even launch your script. Well, we're gonna find out here. We might not have to run a script on both of these. We might just have to have the avionics that can move that part of the rocket, right? We'll see very soon. I'm not getting Delta V. Is that normal? I think that's normal, right? Because I stopped grabbing it from the ship. I don't think it's steering right now, unless I'm just stupid. It looks like it's angled incorrectly. Did it do the roll program and I just wasn't paying attention? It did roll? Okay. Then we're good then. But it is angled properly. Yeah, look at that. Okay, cool. We don't have to... Okay. Does this mean that I can run this on the satellite? I think it does. I can run this on the very, very, very top stage without having to worry about it. Okay, so we're going to do that then. Because that is what we should be doing, since we want to run the... We want the code being ran on the... Whatever is going to be left at the end. Because that's what's going to be the last thing anyways burning. So up here... We'll do boot KS. Here we'll turn off boot KS. All right, put that back, and then we'll save this. Okay, so once we go to stage 2 burn... My voice is killing me today, man. It was killing me yesterday, too. So, well, like, I was streaming and my voice was just breaking all the entire day, man. need some tea. I just ordered off of Amazon, and I didn't order tea. And I told myself the next time I did that, I was going to order some of that tea that C told me to buy. It's exploity since you're supposed to use near-Earth avionics. Well, how is it exploity? MechJeb is not going to be able to do stuff, or my program will not be able to do stuff that I don't have the ability to do. How can you run it? We're directly connecting and running the information off from the ground. The avionics is what controls stuff, right? But the very last few stages, we're not doing that. Okay, so time to apogee is definitely a thing that I can grab, I believe. ETA, orbit ETA. That would give you the ETA value for that orbit patch. Seconds from now until apoapsis. Yes. Okay. So that's going to be... Is it ship orbit? Orbit ETA is weird. Ship orbit ETA apoapsis. But you could just do ETA apoapsis. Okay. So... until okay, so 50 seconds, sorry, 50. I gotta figure out how this is gonna work. Stage 2 burn, and then this is gonna be Seco. Wait, 1, and then stage 2 coast. Okay. We are gonna wait until there's 50 seconds to the apoapsis. When this happens, I want to activate the RCS port. Oh, you know what we need to do as well? Once this Seco happens, I am going to disengage the autopilot. Here's the issue with doing that. I gotta use this MJ thing again. And I feel like the issue with MJ is trying to access it like every single frame or something. Maybe it's okay if we just do it at the very beginning, right? Like in the pre-launch, right? Like we have this, we do countdown, and then we do this. Maybe we set that to false. And maybe that's okay. Right? If it doesn't work, then I'm not entirely sure what to do here. But once that is set to false, we're going to set throttle to 0. Is that correct? Expecting a parameter. Is it not throttle? Huh? Throttle to 1. Lock. Oh, lock. Lock throttle to 0. Okay. All right. So this should be good. I'm in building an SSTO. Nice. Dude, SSTOs are something that even I don't do that often. Okay. So throttle down. Autopilot off. We're doing the coast phase. Then from here, I want to activate... well, until here, we will... do terminal update, and then wait. We are then going to do... it's not like stage 2. Right, we're going to call this the spin. RCS spin. And this, I actually don't know how to activate this. I essentially want to hit the E key on my keyboard. And do I need to do something to activate RCS? Like if I simulate this. Let me see what I got to do here. If MJ Core running. No. It's not the problem we're having, I'm pretty sure. It's hard to explain, though. Why is this not... RCS disabled. So we need to enable the RCS. And it is working. It's hard to see. Yeah. So it won't work. Now it will work. And I don't know how to make this ship spin. I just don't know what I'm trying to do there. So we'll see here. So the very first thing I want to do is enable all the RCS. Let's do one of these. Okay, and then this would be like for RCS in stage 2 RCS. Yeah. RCS dot activate. Oh, I'm going to have to go find the module for this, aren't I? Do you want to enable them iteratively? Is that going to be okay? They're all going to... It's fine. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It'll basically be in the same frame. I need to figure out control RCS disabled. I got to figure that out. Let's run our test script real fast, because, yeah, here's a vent test. It's always one of these things, man. What the hell is going on here? RCS on. I don't think it's that simple. But why? Just RCS on and RCS off? I don't want the RCS to be used unless I want the RCS to be used. Right? The game is trying to outsmart me at times, and it will try to use RCS for like thrust and stuff. And I basically just don't want to even have the RCS available for it to do that. So... unless you're meaning something else right now. So for RCS in stage 2 RCS, which I don't have here. Well, turn it off. Turn it off all the time. I understand what you're trying to say. I understand that. The problem is, when I engage autopilot, I believe it will automate the RCS instantly. And I don't know if there's any way for me to stop that from happening. So I need to be able to activate this RCS port specifically, not just the RCS toggle here. Because I engage that, and it, again, usually it toggles the RCS on. I don't know why it's not. Again, I think I just keep going with this because this is one of those things, like I said, like sometimes it's as fast as to get done. Not to worry about it. Right, sometimes it doesn't matter. Stage 2 RCS, we need to just do this. So I need to do modules. Okay. There's likely a listener for toggling autopilot. Maybe it's when I do something else, yeah. You can disallow autopilot to use RCS, but I'm sure. I don't know. Who cares right now? I don't think it matters. Variable already exists here. This variable shadows it. Where the fuck does RCS exist? What? Okay. So this we're going to run real quick, this event test. This will say every single thing that basically is on here. And there is one called... I have no idea. What do you think control is part of? I don't know. Maybe engine configs? No. That's right there. Maybe engine tag list. I don't think that's it either. It's not geometry part, I'll tell you that. I don't think it's tag list. That's got to be KOS. I don't know, man. Maybe show info? Let's try show info, I think. I don't have faith in this, though. I'll be real with you. By the way, this is actually a thing that's like required to have this like work properly. There's nothing in module show info. Okay. What else would it be in then? I don't know. Module decouple, module procedural decoupler, module decouple. I don't know what it'd be in. It's got to be in here somewhere though, surely. Let's try module. I have a spin stabilization function on my old KOS if you want it. Fuck no. No offense. I'm like literally on the cusp of making one. Don't ruin my fun. I've been trying to get to this part all day today. But we've been dealing with stupid hiccups, and here's another one, basically. I don't know. Like usual. Module engine configs. Why not? Bruh. Am I stupid? How there? I know for a fact that this is right here. Enable, disable, enable, disable, enable, disable. Right? So what is this on? RCS port enabled to true. I don't think that's true. What you're thinking of is this RCS for the entire rocket being enabled and disabled. I am trying to turn on a specific port. Know the part. RCS on is the whole crap. Exactly, right? I should be able to hit that button. I should be able to switch this limiter. I should be able to do anything I want here. Why is it not letting me do that? I don't know. Why are there nothing in any of these? Set RCS port enabled to true does that button. Okay. Again, I don't want to do that. I don't know. I feel like I need to just check all these now. Maybe. Callable show actuation. So that is Wait, that's weird. Okay. Huh. Okay, well, here's another theory. Is it part of module? No, is it part of far part module? Is that even is that a thing? No, it's empty. What? Okay. Is that an event? Any single button on here should be an event. All of them. Module B9 part switch. It's not this. I'm gonna go crazy, I think. Okay, so we have modules. This has got to do it, right? Like if I do this, surely it's going to be fine. Okay. Maybe it's just get module RCS. Dude, it's not. Mod all events. Why can't I do that? Why can't I do this? Modules should make a list of modules. Mod is a string. It's not like a protected one though, right? Get module is a list of strings. But it's a... Oh. What do you mean get modules is a list of strings? No, I'm stupid. Oh my god. I get it. No, I get it. That is so frustrating, bro. Maybe I can somehow find... Again, I can't overtake the autopilot, which is going to be really fucking annoying. There's got to be a way to fix this, right? In here, in one of these is a way for me to basically activate, like this, the RCS port. In one of these. Ship parts gives you all parts in the vessel. Has module RCS. Check if the part is an RCS thruster. Get module RCS. Gets the RCS module so you can change its property to enabled. Okay. I think you used AI to do that. I will show you that's not it. First off, I am retrieving these parts right here. And this is all 14 of the values that are connected to the modules. There is no module called module RCS. It is not a thing. There is module RCS FX, but that does not have what we need, right? And then you need to, once you have the module, it's not a property. It's actually an event or an action that you can change on it. And what I'm doing here is basically getting the module. Let's do this up here, right? Like module, because I have an idea. Module RCS FX. I can print out all of the callable actions, and that right now is show actuation toggles, which is that right there. My theory is, what if I did all actions? Toggle RCS thrust. So It's actually not a event, it's an action, which is extremely confusing. Why the fuck would that be the case? So can I do RCS port? Get module. Do action. Okay. Right? Okay. So if we were to run this script, do you see how this is disabled or whatever? Okay. So with RCS off, I can basically enable this RCS port. What's up, Soap Baby? Okay, chat, look at this. I'm going to disable a couple of these. Like this one, and this one are now randomly disabled. The rest of them are enabled. All right? If I run this script again, now if we look back here, this is... What the fuck is going on here? Print the status because the GUI is not always right. You are correct. You are correct. You are correct. So, how do I use my RCS? Okay, yeah. Is that Black Rat Clouds? Yeah. Soap, I'm losing my mind, bro. I'm losing my mind. Hold on. RCS. There's got to be a way to control RCS, right? Part control from RCS script ship systems. Command? Is that a thing we can do? Flight control? Piloting. The stock wave controlling the craft, the state in which can be read by Kerbal script. Okay, raw could work as well, maybe? This will start pushing the ship to rotate a bit faster to the right, like pushing the D key gently. Okay. That's kind of that's exactly what I want to do, actually. Is it really yaw? Or you can use ship control rotation to see the ship's current situation. Okay. Okay, so I guess we will do that. And again, will this use RCS? Ship control roll. Is that what I want to do? Yeah, I think it is. And then I think what I need to do as well is just like enable the RCS. Is it possible to not let this use RCS? Like, how do you do that? Activate SAS on warp. Module disabling does not... No. There's got to be a thing that I can set here. Like autopilot, ascent guidance settings, something, right? Where it does not use my SAS. Or sorry, the RCS. It uses it if it's available. I know, because you can use it for certain things, but how do you like make it not do that? You can select the control part, set RCS to pilot only. So you're saying go back into the assembly, set RCS to true and SAS off before you start the roll. We don't have SAS to use, is the thing. Like, that's not a thing in this mod pack. So you're saying that I can do, like, this RCS port. Like, do you see what I'm getting at? How do I set it where it's only pilot? Like, how is that a thing? I feel like I'm confused right now. The second button? Auto strut? The fuck? What? You see what I mean, though? It's like, I don't know, dude. That's why I think I have to do it this way, but this way is like very weirdly not working. But maybe it will work if we do this. I need to set the SAS to true though. So like set ship SAS RCS. How do I enable this? Is it like a bool? Let's just see if that works. I have no idea. We gotta load this back out and try this sample thing one more time. It's just SAS on. I don't think it is. I think you need to set it to true. And what do you mean by just SAS on? Do you have to run a method? Like, what are you doing? Just RCS on, RCS off. So just... What do you mean by that? RCS. It's a KOS function. RCS on, RCS off. So it is like a function we can use here. Okay. Okay, so let's try this then. Run the event test.ks. Okay, holy shit. Hold on. Okay, that's good. So I'm going to run that again. Right. So the rolling thing is not working, for sure. You know what? Wait 5 seconds or whatever. Okay, so this should... It is applying a full pitch roll maneuver right now. Why is this not being used? It's enabled. RCS is on. Why are only those two working? Oh, because I think the center of gravity or whatever. Okay. Right, okay. So RCS off, RCS on. So if I were to keep RCS on and disable this one, and then I reran this script, right? Run event test. Right, okay. Run event test. It re-enables that. Okay, chat, good news. Good news. I'm not crazy. Even though I disabled this or whatever, or re-enabled it, running this script, running this to true, will actively toggle the RCS thruster, which is good. So that's just important to know, I guess. So what I can do on the startup, right, depending on how we like load into this vessel, is I can just make sure that these RCS ports are just not activated, right? Is he almost there, chat? We are almost there. We are almost there. Yes, I have bad news for you, though. I don't know if this thing's going to orbit today in actuality. I say that because it's complicated. Because it's not like we can just activate this like rocket and be done. We have to wait for the technology, which shouldn't take us too long, to build the rocket. And then we also need to like wait for the pad to be upgraded, and then also wait. Like there's more to do or whatever, right? It's kind of complicated. So we're going to look at the RCS ports. We're going to activate them like this, right? Right, and then we are going to... Yes, okay. So we activate all those. And then we're going to enable the spin. So we'll do RCS on. And yeah, the wait 5 seconds actually is not good to do it that way. Okay, so that should be good. We need this to continue, though, for like 5 seconds. While also updating the terminal information or whatever. So what we'll do is we'll look at this. I think they had like a set now to time seconds, wait until now, right? Basically, something like this is how they do their ship controls. Let's grab something close to this. All right. We don't have a now that's set. Do we need to like is now a thing? It's a scalar? Is that a thing we need to worry about? So roll. All right, so we'll do roll. I guess we'll do now to now. And then we'll do until now. Actually, we don't even need to worry about that. We won't even wait 5 seconds here. I like this, but we don't need it. All right, we're going to do this. We'll wait until 30 seconds until the apoapsis. All right. After that, we are going to set the control thrust. How do we do that? 4? Is that like forward? Sure. Sure. Right? Okay. So RCS spin. Okay. And then we'll do RCS ullage. Okay, and then we're going to do... Oh, we're not in the gravity churn anymore, are we? I guess we are. I think here... Gravity churn, stage 2 coast. I think at that point, I got to get rid of this. Okay. Okay. So after we do that, we are then going to activate the stage 2 decoupler, which this should be easy. So we're going to do 4 deck in stage 2 decouplers. Should work. I'm going to decouple deck. Should only be a single one of these. Then we are going to literally just wait 0.25 seconds. And then after that, I'm going to activate stage 3 engines. Stage 3 ignition. And that should be, we should be okay with ullage and stuff. I'm almost positive. So 4 eng in, yes, stage 3 engines. I'm being stupid. How do I activate these? Eng activate. Okay. Okay. Are we good? And that's it. I'm not joking, chat. That puts us in space. Like, that should be it. So, basically, once this activates, we're going to wait... wait 1 second. And then we're going to call this... Yeah. Circularization burn. Okay. And then what we want to do is basically just let this thing burn. And I think that's going to be it, basically. So wait until, like, thrust... How are we calculating thrust again? We can just wait until thrust is basically just done. Ship thrust, I guess. Yeah. Until ship thrust is less than or equal to 0. And then from there, we will, again, just do our classic terminal update and wait. And then update program. Okay. Okay, that's it. Chat, I think we've done it. Should we test it? Also, I went from like all caps to not using all caps. Gotta go back and do that. This is ullage, probably. I don't know why it's like that, but sure. Okay. Circularization, burn. You don't have to do zeros as a preface to this. It doesn't matter. Okay. I gotta fix some stuff. Holy shit, dude. I don't know. I want you to know that it does not matter if things are capitalized or not. It's just like an aesthetic thing. Sometimes it does not matter, I feel. I'm going to simulate this on the pad. Surely nothing goes wrong. All right? We kind of like just sent the last bit of code without any sort of testing, so it's probably fine. Run orbit.ks. It's probably okay. Again, why is real antenna start? That is extremely concerning. RCS is not currently on. That's good to know. RCS ullage twice. Yeah. I don't know why I had it on there twice, but it doesn't really matter. It should be like satellite. It should be like stage 3, like separation. Again, me updating this won't update the script right now since it's already running. Okay. Let's just see if we got it right and it successfully works on our first try, because surely that happens. Surely. We're not really using MechJeb, by the way. Also, I do want to make sure it turns itself off at a certain point. Like, we're not activating MechJeb or, like, using its information. We're just activating and deactivating it. Hopefully, from automation using KOS. TWR is less than 1. I don't think it is. Oh. We have a performance loss on the engine. Yeah. Okay. That's not good. We're like hovering in place right now. We're like literally hovering in place. We're literally hovering in place right now. I would like to make a thing eventually. I don't know what it would be, but like I would like to make a watchdog that when it detects something is wrong like this, in under certain circumstances, it would either deploy, like I want to have like a like an escape tower for when we have Kerbals, but I also want to have the range safety for blowing up the rocket, so if anything goes wrong. I would like to make that like an Overwatch script that basically will always look at parameters like thrust and stuff and be able to tell if something went wrong. So, it is what it is, man. Hey, we learned how to hover a rocket. That's nice, right? Run orbit.ks. Okay, we go again. Again, there are failures in this mod pack. If you've never seen it before, this mod pack is insane. Like, actually insane. I hope you can kind of tell. Like, I've been playing this today for about 4 hours, and we haven't even launched a rocket to orbit yet. All right? That should just explain to you how insane this mod pack is. Oh, man. It's crazy to me that the modules command, by the way, does not return the module objects. It just returns the strings of the modules. It just seems so weird, doesn't it? Does it launch when you control it? What does that mean? You can control this and like yourself, but I am challenging myself to basically not touch the keyboard during these. I want this to... I do the test flights and stuff to even see if like the design's viable by hand, but then I start programming the whole thing. We'll see. Okay, doing the gravity churn. Hopefully we don't have any really weird effects. You can see like the angle. Okay. Looks okay for now. Very little amount of gimbling going on. You can see the engine at the bottom just barely gimbling. We are waiting till we have 1% fuel left, and then we are going to activate the stage 2 engine, and then when the like thrust dies out or something, I think it will take about half a second or something like that. Then stage 2 decoupler will go off, or the stage 1 decoupler will go off, and then stage 2 will go on its own. Why is Delta V sitting at 0? I'm not grabbing that data anymore, because when we were grabbing that, it was causing a ton of issues. So, we are just going to pretend it's not a problem for now. I could just turn off that line if we need. We'll see. Manny, what's up, my dude? Welcome back, my man. Good to see you, brother. So far, this looks great. So far. I mean, it's just because I'm trying to use MechJeb's information, and I was getting some weird bug today with it. I think someone said the solution for that bug is to, like, restart your game, but, like, it takes forever to restart my game. So I don't want to do it that often, if I can help it. Okay. Here we go. Should be any second now. We should see engine 2 start up. Good. Looks good. Stage 2 burn is now the current program. Looking good, chat. There goes the fairings. 10 seconds after we start the burn. God damn, this thing's cool as fuck. It's cool that I'm not touching anything, by the way. Yeah, no spin. We're not supposed to spin. Spinning is when we're in space. We don't need a spin because this actually has avionics that can just control its attitude with the gimbal. The only reason we were spinning is because the stage that it has an engine has this avionics has no gyro or gimbal ability for it, right? Because it's way too heavy, right? This is a super light satellite. It needs to be light to get into space, so we don't have the ability to use any sort of like advanced avionics up there. It also has like a volume requirement. You gotta remember, we're back in the 50s. We're like in 57 right now or something for technology. So like actually maybe 55 even. 56. Yeah, so we don't really have like, you know, the kind of modern science we have. Like, don't confuse yourself. We're launching this essentially on the engine that put the first satellite in space. So, kind of a big deal. Monk, thank you for the sub, by the way. I appreciate it. Chat, don't forget your Prime subs. You get to pet the cat for a Prime sub, all right? Thank you, Monk. Here's your baby. How big is your program in kilobytes? Pretty large, but it's currently being the instructions are being beamed to the actual vessel via radio antenna to execute. So all the processing power is being done on the ground, and then it's being told, the ship is being told what to do, if that makes sense. Thank you, my dude, Sean, or Sans. Thank you, my man. This is Melvin, by the way. Why is the text output flickering? I don't know. It might have to do with the fact that I'm refreshing the screen very often. Okay, hold. Now we wait. Stage 2 burn. I think when we could detect 0 thrust, we should say, like, stage 2 coast. Let me, disengage autopilot is not happening. It's not supposed to yet, is it? It's stage 3. Whoa. Wait, stage 2 burn. Where the fuck is that even at? $50 seconds. Let's just see what happens. Okay. It's not working. What did they do wrong here? It's like it never got past here. Fairing jettison was good. Then we waited a second. Until the remaining fuel and storage 2 tanks are less than 1%. I think the residuals might be too high. Yeah. Right, because 1250 times 0.01, just for my own, is 12.5. So the residual is actually 2%. Or something like that. This is something I fear. But the way to get around this, by the way, is to look at... I think there's a percentage of residuals. I think. When you're looking at an engine, like this one, right? This has a residual of... I have no fucking idea. 0.8%. Min 0.8. What's that mean for max? Predicted is shown on the right. 3.92% is the prediction. I think we burn, and we burn, and we burn anyways. And we shouldn't wait till the tanks are empty. Like, we don't even need to care about that. We should just care till the thrust is equal to 0. Right? So, like, until, like, ship thrust is less than or equal to 0. Then we can say it's Seco after that. You can read thrust produced from the engine directly, so not ship vessel stuff. I don't think I want to do that, though. I want to just use the normal thrust, because it is what we should be producing at this point, which should be perfect, I think. I might be wrong. I don't think I'm wrong. Right. Yeah, so the predicted residuals are 3.92%. That seems kind of high, doesn't it, for like residual fuel in your tank? If you guys were going to make a rocket, you'd want the rocket to consume like as much fuel as possible. Otherwise, you're just like wasting the mass. I wonder if 3.92% is like normal for real life. I have no idea what these values should represent in real life. Okay, chat, we try again. Chat, the plan today was to play some Factorio for a little bit as well. So what I'm probably going to do is get this program functional, and then maybe it might be time for some Factorio. We've been at this shit for 4 hours, though. It's an idle game now? What does that even mean? That's just not true. That's just straight up just not true. Why not set the trigger to be less than 4% and have a wait after it for 3 seconds or something? No. My opinion is that we should not rely on the fuel anyways. The only thing... The reason why I need to rely on fuel for the first stage is to know when to ignite the second stage, so I can't base it off of thrust. The second stage, I can absolutely base it off of thrust, so that's fine. The first stage is very weird because I should probably... Correctly, what I should do is calculate how long the first stage will burn for. If you know your engine's efficiency and the amount of like fuel you consume, essentially, you can calculate the burn time. I know all that information, I just need to program it. Right? And I just don't want to, because we've been doing this for 4 hours, so I'm just being a little lazy right now. And I'm just basing it off of, like, residuals, because hot staging is pretty much, yeah, when we have, like, 2% of fuel left, then start the engine, essentially. It's that simple. Yeah, that's the thing, though. So it's like, we could use a Kalman filter, maybe, and give it a bunch of information, and then it could base it off of, like, I guess, multiple things. I don't want to program a Kalman filter right now. I'll be real. We'll base off of fuel. We'll do it the dirty way. It's fine. I could just hit spacebar if I need, right? I could try to save the rocket. All right. Should be good. Yeah, you can see the thrust going up and down, like it's being efficient and non-efficient or whatever. It's kind of cool, actually. And it will drop off at some point. All right, here we go. Get ready for hot staging. Engine activation. Good. And separate. A little bit of a shimmy there. I think we could fix that by just increasing our wait time for the hot stage. There goes the jettison. We can probably upgrade this to a half second, I think. Okay. Chat, a couple things to look at here now. All right, we want this to accelerate, and the thing that we're really looking for is time to apoapsis, right? And our apoapsis as well, right? So we'll let this burn for a long time, if we can. And by the way, it did get past the jettison phase, so now it's in stage 2 burn continued. After the burn continue phase, we're going to be basically waiting for thrust to be equal to 0, and then this should say Miko. Yeah. It should be. Yeah, the time to apoapsis should be simple. It's based on very easy orbital mechanics. Fun fact, it doesn't even matter if you're accelerating right now, right? Like, it doesn't even matter. If you are orbiting in an elliptical orbit, depending on where you are in that orbit, you can figure out exactly the amount of time it will take you to get to your apoapsis or your periapsis. Because to have that orbit, that elliptical orbit with that apoapsis and with that periapsis, it essentially, you will be a known speed, like guaranteed. Like, it's just Kepler's laws, right? Like, you have to be that speed at that altitude of that orbit or whatever. It's just that we're changing the orbit right now, right? So yeah, you can calculate like your period of the ellipse and then figure out where you are and like how far you are and figure out time and stuff. It's a little bit complicated, but it's actually not. I think the normal equations for it are very simple. All right, we hit Miko and now we are on stage 2 coast. Stage 2 coast will coast for 40 seconds and then we should activate the RCS and then start spinning clockwise or anti-clockwise. We'll go this way, I think. Okay. And then with 30 seconds to apoapsis, we'll start accelerating forward. And then we will... Oh, that actually might... I think I might have put the wrong... Whatever. We'll see here in a second. Okay, autopilot has been disabled, by the way. So that's good. Here we go. Yes. Again, I'm not doing anything. This is the computer doing it by itself. This next input that I have putting in is probably not going to work. Because... Let's see. Okay, it is working, actually. It's working perfectly. Okay, and... Am I dumb? Stage 3 engines activate. The throttle's at 0! The throttle's at 0, man. Okay. I wonder if I can speed up time if it would if it's gonna fuck this up. So lock throttle to 1. Yeah. And then boom, boom, boom. We go again. I think we do need to go again, dude. Engine shutdown. Lock throttle to 0. Can I have my 7 minutes back? Bro, be thankful you got to watch a rocket launch and not me just fucking try to debug code. Alright. NASA is running out of budget. Listen, this is why we simulate. Simulate? This is why we... I feel like we, would be absolutely fucking broke if we had to do this with real rockets. The thing is, back in the day, they just fucking blew up rockets, man. Like rockets blew up all the time for stupid things. Like, really, really stupid, simple mistakes that you would not think that were, like possible. Like, oh, we put on this... You know, the angle of attack sensor upside down, so the rocket launched and thought it was upside down, so it tried to turn itself right side up, and it just fucking explodes. It's like, that kind of shit happened more than you can ever imagine. And, like, you gotta think about how long it took to build these things, and how much money it was, and, like, that was just how we did it, man. Thank God we have simulations nowadays. Delta V is 0. I will remove it from the next time. Delta V is 0 because we're not actually grabbing the Delta V correctly. So, don't worry about it. It should, and then, it's just not an issue. I wonder how many simulations they do for modern rockets now. Sure, like, I say this before, but, like, surely SpaceX has their own internal KSP. They probably have made their own, it might be headless or something, I don't know. But they definitely have their own simulation with extremely good and accurate simulations for, like, my assumption is, like, atmospheric effects, like shear winds and stuff, and that, like, they must have extremely precise ones that run on their supercomputer they have, right? I want to play on it. I want to play on it, bro. I want to see how the whole thing works, man. Oh, man. They got KSP3 in the office, bro. F1 teams simulate virtually everything before making any changes. Yeah. Actually, some of that simulation is so good that they're actually limited to what they can do. In, like, the CFD, which is computational fluid dynamics. They can simulate, like, the atmosphere, or, like, the air moving past a car. They can simulate, like, the atmosphere basically hitting this rocket when it goes up and calculate to extreme accuracy what kind of effects will be on what part of the structure and stuff. Again, it's probably absolutely insane. It is probably very, very cool. But I would love to see how they run and practice their code. Because surely that simulation cannot be, like, super easy to run. I wonder, like, how often they actually are able to test their code. Right? Do they write a whole bunch of stuff? Do they write a whole sequence, and in their head it works, and then they reserve time to test it on the big machine, the big supercomputer that can run it all? And is it real time? It probably isn't real time, if I had to guess. Again, it's probably headless, but, like, sometimes I feel like headless isn't good. Right? Sometimes you need to visually see what's happening. So surely there's, like, multiple. I don't know. I'm just, like, just theorizing. There's probably a ton of stuff, though, if I had to guess. They run a hardware in the loop simulation as well, so it's actual hardware. Surely they don't do that to start with, though. But yes, I do believe you're 100% right. They would run a system that is essentially... Like, they would make the rocket think it's essentially flying. Right? That's kind of what... That's kind of just normal mechatronics, though. Okay, there it goes. Chat, this is beautiful. Okay, looking good. Looking very good, actually. Okay, we're on stage 2 burn. Next is going to be main engine or second engine cutoff, SECO. After that, we coast till 50 seconds, and then we start rotating and accelerating. Yeah, you're initiating a spin now after SECO when there's already drifting happening. Doesn't initiating spin before SECO make a straighter path? So, I agree with you. What we should be doing is doing an align function before we spin. And we should be using this RCS to align ourselves with exactly the horizon, right? Exactly 0 degrees. That would be smart. Luckily, it doesn't seem like it's important. Well, actually, we'll find out if it's important really soon here when this separates. But yes, I totally agree with you. That's why I put the RCS on here. I wanted to be able to coast, keep ourselves aligned to the horizon exactly. Which, it's not perfect, but it should be okay. And then, yeah, then send it. And then, like, when we point the rocket with RCS, the RCS should just do its thing automatically for us. It should know how to do that, at least. Okay, this should be cutting off soon, and then we should see the SECO in the program. SECO, coast. Okay, coasting for 40 seconds. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is extremely fun and exciting, but at the same time, I can tell that it is extremely annoying as a viewer, or like boring as a viewer, if you're not into programming side of things. Luckily, a lot of you are, because I have like been acquiring programmers as viewers for years now. So this is probably a little interesting. But I totally get it. I think it's totally... No one wants to watch me debug code for 3 hours, but dude, when I actually run this for the first time, and like you need to be able to replicate stuff in this mod pack. I feel like it's a very important thing. So, I don't know. I feel like it's... Oh, here comes the spin. Like, me not touching this and being able to like replicate the results every time is sick. I'm collecting... Yeah, I'm going to make a startup, bro. Chad, I have an idea for an AI company. All right. Chat's like, no. Wait till you have to code lunar impactors. Wait till I have to code a lunar lander. My ultimate mission is to write code that can automatically land on the moon. Okay, it's pretty much perfect, by the way. The spin could be a bit better. I want to write code that I basically say activate, and then it will basically go to the moon and land on the moon. If I can do that, I'll be so happy. Holy, what's up, my man? Thanks for the 126-month sub. Welcome back. Good to see you. Why are we spinning for this burn? Because we have no control over this rocket. The engine cannot gimbal. We have no SAS. We have no RCS. We are literally a flying object in space that just has a booster on it, right? Or an engine. And if we are not spinning, and we're not pointed in the correct direction, we'll start flipping over, right? Which is not good. Chat, look at that. Look at this. That is officially, and I didn't touch the keyboard at all during that. That is an orbit right there. Now, I can shut off this engine if I want to early, right? Atmo is 0 and 140 kilometers. So we are good to go here. We're at 197 and 2 million, right? Yeah. You can cut it to circularize easy. Yes, I can do that. I can just look. So the problem with doing that is it's not like you're waiting for your periapsis to become 200 or whatever it might be. It's your periapsis will flip with the apoapsis, right? Because your apoapsis is your highest point, and all of a sudden, like, the lowest point becomes the highest point, or the highest point becomes the lowest point. So it's a little confusing. You kind of need to do the math, Keplerian like physics or the formulas. You can just figure out exactly how long your burn should be, right? Can you watch eccentricity? Yeah, I guess you could actually, if it ever hits 0 or whatever, or like near 0 or below a certain point where you're happy with it. It's weird because like it's going to be not circular and then come close to circular and then go back to not circular. So like you really got to make sure it's like below a certain value, and you got to make sure you hit that value. And we're accelerating really fast, as you can tell. So you got to make sure you can stop on a dime too. Chat, that's it. Complete, program ended. Okay. Not bad, not bad. We are officially ready. I think it's wobbling. Oh yeah, it's gonna wobble for sure. Now it's just in space, and again, nothing crazy needs to happen for this. I think it just needs to be in orbit and has to have battery for about 20 minutes. Check the contract for periapsis. Okay. Fun fact. There's 2 contracts we're going to be able to complete automatically doing this. One of them is to go 6,500 kilometers downrange. The other one is 7,000 kilometers downrange. Those 2 are not required contracts, which is nice. So here we go. 6,000 and 7,500. This is optional and optional, right? And it is nice, though, because they will provide for us completion. We'll get, like, a bunch of confidence and stuff, which is cool. But in reality, it's the 30-kilogram object to orbit, and it needs to be in orbit at a minimum perigee, which is lowest point in the orbit. It's weird they're calling it a perigee, but yeah, 150 kilometers for periapsis, and it's got to be in orbit for 2 minutes. So, I'm not really sure why it says 2 minutes. I think that's for, like, battery life and stuff, honestly. And then we'll get 50 applicants for free, which actually saves us a ton of money. So that's really good. Does it have a radio? We have a antenna aboard, yes. You can cut about 7,880 ms surface velocity to almost circular orbit. For what? 2 minutes, yeah. We'll be fine with what we currently have. Okay. Honestly, I should have made this a balloon. What's the difference between perigee and apogee, periapsis and apoapsis? If I understand correctly, one is orbital, one is suborbital. Apogee, perigee is when you're suborbital. Periapsis, apoapsis is when you're orbital. Do you shift this to be a polar? I don't know. We need more technology right now. Okay. So. Everything worked perfectly there. I think I will remove this from staging to not clutter up our staging. Again, I'm going to do one more test flight with this later, though. Okay. Chat, is there anything we are missing right now? Something I kind of want to do on, I think, this for the GUI. For the ends, I'm going to make it, I think, do I want to make it metallic? Or copper metallic or whatever? Where's copper? Maybe I'll try to go green. Maybe I'll go black. Okay, we can go black here. Okay. So a couple things I need to think about. I'm not going to have these solar panels for a long time. And I don't even see the reason to have them. I just don't think there's a reason. So I'm going to leave them like that. Next thing here. Stickers. I want to put some stickers on these if I can. This text I'm going to set to like a silvery color maybe. Maybe something like that. Okay, set text. Did y'all do your homework? Okay, gotcha. So it has to do with Earth? Gotcha. Did y'all do your homework? I said we needed to think of a name for this satellite. And I said, bring your name to class. I don't have a name. Chat, I gave you this homework. Did you not do it? Okay, well, I'm gonna take a quick break and go to the bathroom. All right? We need to name this thing before we send it up there. All right? So think about it. I'll be RB. Noto-sans. I guess we can maybe change that if we need. I hope you guys can think of some good ideas. I'm gonna play some. I'm gonna play like 2 ads though, like a minute. So also a good time for you to stand up if you need to. All right. All right, we're back. Galaxy gas. It kind of looks like a Galaxy gas bottle, doesn't it? A little bit. Oh god. All right, chat. Did we cook? All right. Did we cook? Did we cook? Did we cook? I'm not, Alpha. What? It's like Elon Musk's son's name. My ad wasn't even 30 seconds. I'm sorry. Should I give you another one? The Ascendant One. Come on, we got better names than this. This is all you came up with when I was gone? Surely? Maybe we call it Melvin. Right? Melvin, what do you think of that? He's asleep. Uppies. Get some help. Graphitus. I feel like that's too grandesque for us. Oh man, I can't wait till we name this something, and then like it doesn't even make it to space because of the like engine breaking or some shit. Too fancy, not fancy enough. There's like, yeah, man. There's like a in between, like a fine line that you have to try to hit. I'm thinking. Ooh, I kind of like Hello World. That's not bad. That kind of cooks. I'm not gonna lie, that's pretty good. I wonder if we should. I wonder if I can even do that. Can I make it bold? It's not bad at all. Overused name? Who has ever named their rocket Hello World? Or not their rocket, but their satellite. Actually, that would be something that, like... I don't know. Have you guys seen the name for Rocket Labs? Like, their rockets, like the missions they run? They're always hilariously cute like that. Can't wait for the Hello World 2. I don't know. Do we keep this white, or do we try to change it to silver? And if it is silver, we could do black as well, but there's like, yeah, we can do silvery colors. I can't do it as like a metallic, though. An outline enabled. Outline color, black, maybe? Call Final Rev 1. I have a project I was working on, and I actually did that, where I made like a render. And then I was realizing like, oh, this is not done. So I had to like redo it. And then I had like another one. And then I had one, like, it was like, I think I ended up with like final render dot final 2, I think was what I ended up with. And it just felt so classic, man. Okay, something like that I kind of like. Maybe. Depth? What does that mean? Oh, I understand. Opacity? Okay, scale, cutoff. Oh, leave that there. Okay. Right. We can put other stickers on this if we need to. This is a semiotic. What does that even mean? For unfortunate mishaps with confusing signage. Is that normal? What's that for? Surface? Is there different ones of these? Scale. Severe danger. Danger. Hazard. Warning. Bulkhead. Hatch. Pressurized hatch. Doorway. Do not obstruct. What is that? I can't even see it. It's so tiny. Okay. Airlock. Check all seals. Breathing apparatus required. Oxygen-rich environment. Heavy robotics work. Radiation. It's kind of cool. Annihilation? Is that like, you know, don't be in the fucking explosion chamber or some shit when the engine's activated? High voltage. Explosive bolts. Strong EM fields. Mind step. Class 1 flammable hazard. Class 2 solids. Magnetic field. Electric field. Pressurized fuel. That is a thing in here. What is that again? Pressurized coolant. Cryogenic liquid. Radioactive. Ionized gas. And antimatter? Hello? That seems dangerous. This thing seems huge, by the way. You can also get a list if you click by select subtype. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Damn, that's huge. Oh, God. What do I do? How do I get rid of this? Okay. Phew. Again, can we just make this tiny? Okay, tiny. Gotta get NASA on here. All right. Oh, I guess we can actually rotate that, can't we? I'm trying to get some logos on here, man. This is cool. What else we got here? Okay. This is Twitch chat. So you guys are coming with, all right? Funded. Hold on. Funded by Twitch Prime. Okay. Good, good, good. Okay. Okay, that can probably be... We can try making that purple, possibly. What am I doing here? Am I going crazy? Oh, it's a weird color for this. You know what? I'm obsessed with capital letters. Okay. Put that there. It's a little bit too large. What else do we need? NASA founded by Twitch Prime? No, funded. Funded, brother. I don't have a Twitch logo. Actually, I might, now I think about it. I just might. Depends on if I brought over my flags. I did. Meow. 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 Okay. Yeah. So maybe we don't actually need this. Maybe. Yeah, Rye, I think so. Good Rye, thanking my man for the Prime. See? You guys have a reason to be on here. All right. Okay. I don't know if we need this then. Meow. Meow. Okay. We'll be good. Meow. I'll remove this. I don't think we need it. And then one more thing here as well. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, my dude. Chat. Every Twitch Prime is helping the next this and all the following rockets. All right. Oh, yeah. Okay. We're looking pretty good right now. Okay. Are we missing any logos that we need? We're looking pretty okay. too much? Hell no, it's not, bro. This is our first ever... do you understand? We have been doing this playthrough for over 2 weeks. Like, we are many, many hours in. Actually, I can look. We are currently 41 hours into this playthrough. You can see in the very bottom right down here. 41 hours. All right? We have not put an object in orbit. This is going to be the most sacred object ever for me. Like, I've never actually... I don't know. This has just been like a huge fucking challenge. This is great. Get your ad can be here. Call 555-0505. Dude, I should sell spots on here forever. This means a lot to me, man. Can I put stuff on here? No, you cannot. Okay. Yeah. Okay. That's okay. We got that there. Constant bombardment of ads. It's not like ads. It's more like the funding, man. This is funded by... First off, this is the company we represent. Definitely somehow related to NASA, right? It's like we're using some American rocket engines. Glorp belongs there. What is wrong with y'all? You guys are no fun. All right. Let's see. I think we are basically good. I think we can save this. Okay, we have a few problems now. One, we need to make an actual a thing that's tall enough. Not tall enough, actually. This is just over the height that would technically be allowed. What we need is a launch complex that can handle 70 or 80 tons or whatever, right? I'm thinking of making a new launch complex. We talked about this on Sunday. I think we need one, all right? I think that'd be a big deal. It also needs to have a 25... This right now is 25.7 meters. It needs to go more than that, I think, right? That's a big deal, too. I'm just thinking right now. Do we want to have a second launch complex? Or do we want to upgrade the current one we have? That's the main question. If we upgrade this launch complex, we will not be able to basically make other rockets that we've already paid for the tooling for to get them into space. No, not upgrade for now. This is like, if you upgrade, you cannot go back. And launch complexes are important to have specific sizes, right? So if I save this and I leave, I can kind of show you the menu for it. You can go back. Why would I want to downgrade a launch complex? Why? Yeah, why would I want to do that? Because they have upgrade caps. What does that mean? Location. I can make a new location here? New pad? How does that work? You know what? I got to go back in here. You can only upgrade so far beyond the original construction size. So why are you saying upgrade for now and then I'm confused what you're saying. Upgrade limit for max tonnage. Yes, you're right. So this cannot upgrade past 34 tons. So, but yeah, but why are you... But I think it was two different people suggesting to upgrade than downgrade. I think I need to make a brand new launch complex. So I need a new LC. Chat, I have more homework for you. I want to name this thing something a bit more normal than like the deli counter or whatever, right? I want this to be, I think, 95 max tons. I want this to be, I think, a 6x6 by 30 meter rocket. This right now is 25, so we can make a larger rocket, which is good. LC-67A. Ooh, I do like that. I do like that a lot. That's a... Imagine you're Melvin. All right. It's a Pat moment. All right. And what else do we need? The Large Area Rocket Platform. The LARP. I hate how the word LARP is being used nowadays. Kind of pisses me off. People use it, like, in the dumbest of ways, man. Okay. This is good. 31,000 to build. 7,000 for the pad cost. 160 days to construct it. And a 5,000 yearly upkeep, which is not that bad, I guess. Assign free engineers on complete. Doesn't really matter unless it has those. Okay, and build. We will need this. Okay, so we need to unlock everything that we need for this. I'm not even sure how to do that right now. LARP is being used these days as the new poser. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it. I just think it's like being used so incorrectly, though, as a term. Yeah. Why is LARP even the term people are using? Right? Like, doesn't LARP mean, like, live action roleplay? Like, lightning bolt, lightning bolt, lightning bolt. Like, isn't that, like, LARPing? So, like, why the fuck are they using it for the word poser? Like, I don't like that. They're live action role-playing something. I guess I understand. But, like, I just don't like it. I don't know why. When I think of LARPing, I think of, like, people playing D&D and stuff like that. I don't know. LARPing as a fan of a series when they aren't. Yeah, again, that's being a poser or being a tourist. I feel like there's a difference. Kind of. I don't know. I get it. You're live action role-playing or something. I don't know. It's just weird. I just fucking hate the terminology. Okay. We are going to have to unlock some technology for this. We currently have a budget of 248. Let's think about how much this would cost to tool everything. It's actually not that bad to tool everything. Is there anything we can get? I don't even think there is any reason to get anything down at all. I think we just send it. Unless there's something I can, like, chill it out with. Fairing stringers. Is that like the... I don't know if it matters. All words are made up. I know, but, like, I don't like how the youth is redefining all these terms when we already have terms for it. Says every old person ever. Listen, man, I think the word rad is awesome. I don't think we ever should have stopped using the word rad. Sorry, I have a pretzel or two. Shakes fist at cloud. I'm telling you, boomer is not an age, it's a mentality, all right? That's the mentality. Okay. By the way, 2.5 meter, 1.5 meter. All right. Those are two of our new diameters we're going to start using a lot more often. Is that. And then we can, because these machines are expensive to make. Mm-hmm. 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 Avionics, it is what it is. Meow. Okay. Meow. Meow. This is not, yeah, if you take off the decoupler, it's way cheaper. Check contract so you don't miss some part. Let me tool this first. I mean, I'm telling you, I think it's totally fine. This thing is going to take 300 days to integrate, but if we tool it, it'll only take 100 days. I might just time accelerate 100 days. That's fucking awesome. Yeah, we're going to tool this. Tool all. Okay. The tooling for all untooled parts will be 45,000. Do you want to spend that? Yes. Okay. We have 200,000 unlock credits left. All right. The problem right now is I don't think we actually have everything unlocked here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to unlock the engine we're using, which is this here. I need to buy this. How do I do that? Engine. I need to purchase the 108D, 108AD for 150,000. That's the big cost right now. So let's do that. And someone said the 107 should become extremely cheap. Yeah, look at that. The 107 is now only 10 grand. This is going to be used eventually in a radial engine. Like, eventually, I will basically do this. I'll put these on the side boosters, and we'll make, like, a real R7. But we don't need that yet because we're not lifting that much force. We still need $10,000 to unlock something. I don't know where it's at. Can you link a new farming game? Sure. Roller time is good. Let's see what we got. All right. What's this? No, you can. Anyone can link Steam. Oh, this art style seems so familiar, and I don't know why. Is it like an asset pack on Unity, or am I just... Does everything look the same nowadays? No, I'm not joking, bro. Stuff like this, if you go to itch.io, and on itch, you go to too many 400's on my side, right? What the hell? I haven't gotten a 429 like ever. If you go here and you go to like game assets, right? You can see a bunch of stuff here, like sprites, stuff like that. And I want to find sprites for like items or whatever, right? You can go to some of these that are popular, and let's just look at, I don't know. Here, let's look at this one, right? And inside this, and there's not a lot of pictures here. It's name your own price, so it could be free if you want it. You can just buy, like, you know, all these things you could use for in-game. A lot of games use similar assets to these, right? Essentially. Like, a ton of them do. Like, they'll recolor them slightly, or they'll just use the direct one or whatever. I always say you should try to, like, alter it a little bit. But, yeah, like, so you'll see things that look exactly the same. And I think the worst part is the UI. A lot of people use... I don't know if I can actually show you UI here very easily. UI, maybe, user interface. There's, like, selection bars, and this one's really cute, right? You got all these buttons and stuff you can use and stuff like that, right? They're all basically tile packs, right? You have, like, these modern UIs. You'll see these all the times in games. Like, all the time. So it feels familiar, probably because it is. This looks cute, though, I'm not going to lie. Forge Wizard. Alright. AI is still bad at pixel art. There's a new AI model I saw that actually makes pixel-perfect pixel art. What you're talking about is the general AI. They don't do pixel art. But, yeah, someone made a model that actually can do, like, the actual pixels perfectly. Because it does it in a more... like, practical method, instead of just, like, being close enough, right? Alright. Alright. We need to wait 159 days. And we can't do anything but wait. Okay. What should we do? Should we, mission specs double check? Well, we're not even building the rocket yet until this is up. We could launch other missions, but, like, do we want to? I kind of want to just fucking launch this rocket. I'm kind of tired of waiting. I feel like it's like, whatever, right? I think we could use a little bit of money anyways, right? Because we don't really have a ton of it. I don't know. You can upgrade some facilities. Can we, though? I can't upgrade, like, anything currently. I could upgrade maybe the... I mean, that's going to cost me more money than I even have. Unless that comes out of my budget. I don't know what kind of budget that comes out of. Does that come out of my budget for funding? Or is it my actual wallet over here? Hear me out. I think something they should do for this mod pack... Controversial. Get rid of the funding shit. The 52,903 unlock credits, why is that even a thing? There should be one money in the entire mod pack, and it should just be whatever number is here. You spend that on buildings, on hiring people, you spend it on unlocking parts and everything. I don't get why we have a separate currency for unlocking and tooling when they could just incorporate everything into one currency. Right? It's just so weird how they have two of them, I feel. And it's also, like, very confusing at times if you even have enough money to do something. And, like, for example, salary, it comes out of your wallet, but only salary for staff members you have. The salary for, like, the construction of a new launch pad comes out of the unlock credits. Rockets... come out of your cash, right? But then the parts that you unlock come out of the unlock credits. But tooling also comes out of unlock credits, even though it's an immediate thing you buy. I don't know. It's a non-issue? No, it is an issue. It's confusing as fuck, bro. I'm sorry. It doesn't make any sense to me why it's in two different parts like this. Can someone explain tooling? I am buying a machine that can make 2.5 meter tubing. I have purchased tooling for that tubing. Now I can produce it for cheaper rather than buying it from a manufacturer that just makes it like 2.5 meter tubing. Does that make sense? It's expensive up front, but it makes it cheap later on. All right. I'm just making sure I want to do this because it's going to be a big... Oh, no, I kind of want to hire some more people. When you gain science, it increases the unlock credit. Good, just pay me more then. Right? How hard can that be? Okay. 250 researchers. I'm going to hire, I think, 300 in total. I hope that's not a terrible idea. I might need to lay some off later on. 153 currently is the budget. I can't even really F5. It doesn't even really matter. All right, fuck it. I think we just send it, man. 160 days. It shouldn't take a super long time, but we kind of need to do this. So, I should be launching other rockets, but whatever, man. Okay. Cool. From ground experiments. What do you mean? It's easier to balance the things when you separate the currencies. What I'm saying is, I don't care if they can balance things easier. What they need to do is make it easier for the player to understand how much money they have when it's a fucking super important part of the game. Right? Like, the funding part of this game, everything has a cost, right? It's so confusing when you don't know what part of your money it's coming from if you don't remember, right? I think they could absolutely improve it, for sure. Okay. So, we have 100,000 unlock credits. It's going to cost a 10K. Let's go over here, actually. Alright, yeah, 10K to finish buying everything we need for this rocket. So, let me hit save real fast, and I guess we will launch. So, I need to buy these things specifically. Unlock 7 parts. Okay. What's wrong with this? It should be fine, right? Yeah, everything's good. So, why can't I... Oh, was it already put in? Okay. Wait. Estimate infinity. Hold on. Staff. This is probably going to fuck me over budget-wise. Let's go over to engineers. 495 engineers is a shit ton. Okay. All right. 120 days with this many people. I'm a little worried about the salaries right now. Let me double check the budget here, if I can. We're currently at a plus 230 daily value. I could hire more if we need. Maybe we're okay waiting 120 days. Again, if we wait a little bit, right, I'll just, I'll close this and I'll save and I'll exit. If we wait a little bit, we could technically get some new science and put it on there, which would be kind of cool. And we could also modify it too, right, if we need to. 41 days. 41 days, and we will unlock this, which is going to be the basic solar panels, and then we'll get some communication contract satellite bus. I guess if you need a... this might be for a contract. I don't know. It just said contract, so you think that'd be important. Okay. Cool. And then we have a tiny solar panel, and then solar panel text from 1956, which is very bad, and researcher efficiency upgrade by 5%. And then after that, we're going to get the science era, the satellite era science, which will be a Geiger molar counter, a magnometer, micrometeorite detector, film camera, and television camera. So you can see the very first satellite we put in orbit will be very simple, but it's going to get way more complicated, I feel. Like, way more complicated. The reason why we need to do that, we need to finish these heavy early satellite missions, right? That will include 3 missions. Or 4 missions, right? The first 2 are optional. We need to put a 30-kilogram object in orbit. We need to put a 400-kilogram biological satellite in orbit, which I believe means it needs to have the advanced biological capsule. We need to put a polar orbit satellite in polar orbit. It weighs 400 kilograms. And then the final one is a scientific one. And this one needs the Geiger counter. Or maybe I'm wrong, actually. This one does. Yeah. Yeah. So cosmic ray science with Geiger counter. And the Centillion counter. Whatever that's at. Oh, I see. Okay. Sheesh. Alright. And then once that's done, then we'll unlock other stuff here. Like navigation satellites, stuff like that. Molnia. Weather satellites? That's gotta be Geo, right? Maybe not. Alright. You only need science or biological advance? Oh, you don't need to do both? Is that true? Hold on. I'll double check real fast. Yeah, you're right. Okay. So, we got to complete the first satellite, the first scientific satellite, and then we can do either biological or polar, right? So we get to choose which one. So you're not wrong, but you're not right. We need the science one for sure. So we need the Geiger counter one, I think. But the biological one and the polar orbit, that one's a bit different. So we can decide if we want to do... I mean, polar would be kind of cool. Yeah. All right, let's... Again, do we just fast forward? I don't really mind. It's not going to bother me. I'm trying to just get over it, I think. It doesn't really matter. You have 3 program slots. Is there a reason we don't have another program? Well, we're using 2 of them right now, right, with this thing. This uses 3 already. I have a max of 5. I don't want to do X-Plane because I don't want to do planes. This, again, when you accept a contract or a program, they want you to do it, right? If you don't do it, you'll get penalized after a while. So, We are going to have the ability to use more of these programs as we go farther into our like space agency's history or whatever, right? Because right now we are like, I think 7 years into this, and we basically have not gone to orbit yet, which is pretty normal, right? Kind of. I would say we're actually behind schedule compared to real life, but does anyone know history? What year did we first go, did put something in orbit? I think the Soviets did it in 56. I don't remember, though, if that's right. It might be 59. It's crazy how things accelerated so quickly after that happened. Okay. All right. I've heard the X-Plane program is awful and not to do it. Sputnik was 57. Okay. We'll make it in 57 as long as nothing goes wrong on this. It's July. It'll be 2 more months and then it'll be done. Am I jinxing myself? US Explorer 1 was 58? Yeah. Explorer, though, came after Sputnik. What are you eating? I need, like, midday calories to keep my brain working. These are honey wheat braids. They're like pretzels, but I don't know if they can legally use the... Oh, wait, they are called pretzels. I don't know. They're just called braids. They're tasty. All right. Legally distinct pretzels. Yes. All right. Chat, are you ready? Roll out. It is September 29th, 1957. What day? It was October 4th. So we beat them, right? Because of, like, months? Right? We beat them by, like, a little bit. Wait, did we beat them by, like, 5 days? Oh, my God. If that's true, that's crazy. All right. Let's accept this mission contract. And before I do anything, we need to just go through a bunch of other stuff here. Okay. I have not checked if the final satellite is 30 kilograms. I don't see how it couldn't be. Like 1,000% it is, right? Like 1,000% it has to be. Like the engine has to be more than that. God, I hope. We'll go double check it. So, uncrewed, new vessel, satellite needs to be 30 kilograms. Active orbit has to have a minimum height of 150 kilometers. When we tested it, it was 200. Destination needs to be around Earth. It needs to be in an actual orbit compared to, according to KSP. And it needs to be in a stable orbit for 2 minutes. This is doable, and I think it's all perfect. I'm going to very quickly just check the mass of our satellite. I really hope we do not RUD this, because it would suck if we did. All right, to calculate this, I'm going to look at the engineering stats down here. And this needs to say, what, 0.03? This is 500 kilograms. We're halfway to the fucking 1,000 kilogram thing, bro. That's crazy. Do you have any experiments? No, and it won't matter. We don't need them, nor do I want to use them. This is like literally all we care about. This is fueled. Ooh. Okay, good call. 137 kilos. We're okay. Good call on that, though. I did not even think about that. All right. All right, chat. Let's go back here. Don't save, because I did modify it. You ready, chat? Are you ready? After 40 hours, we have been waiting for this moment. What time of day is it? It's currently 9 p.m. Do we launch at 9 p.m.? Let me double check this. We're going eastward, so maybe that's okay. I think we could send it. Where are we? Right here. But we're gonna go into the Terminator, man. I think we should wait till the morning, because then the Terminator will be, like, way over here. Yeah. Alright, we'll scrub till tomorrow morning, and then we'll send it. At noon for panels. We actually don't have solar panels on this, because we unlocked them a bit late. Solar panels won't matter for this. It won't. They're so bad that they each produce like 4 watts of power, and I need like 50 watts of power to even keep my satellite charged. So we'll just drain our power, and that's it. Then it becomes a defunct satellite and stays up there forever, right? So let's warp to sunrise. It is now September 30th, 1957. The sun rises on a beautiful day. Oh, chat, here we go. I spent way too much time on this rocket, man. Oh, way too much time. Let's go ahead and get rid of this. I'm going to trust myself that I did everything correctly. Yeah, the first satellite of hopefully many satellites. All right, if I type in runorbit.ks, it should work. Unless we have some sort of failure from an engine, which, again, it was doing that weird thing where it flipped over, and I never really fixed that, but, like, that only happened twice ever. It should be okay. I believe. All right. Chat, this rocket is 42 hours of work. 41.2 hours of work, and it's either about to be 41.2 hours worth of dopamine or a cortisol. All right, check the contract menu. Thank you. Okay, orbit above 150, 2 minutes. Sounds good to me. All right, here we go. Here we go. Run orbit.ks. Pre-launch. You can check the program here. Ignition. Release. It's supposed to be slow. Again, I'm not touching anything. This will go to orbit without me doing anything. Roll program. Azimuth is lined up with the horizon, so now we just have to pitch over. From 300 to 1,000 meters, it should be doing its... Oh, sorry, from 500 to 1,000, it should be doing the pitch program. Now we're in the gravity turn ascent phase. This gravity turn ascent phase will basically continue for this entire burn. We should be burning through all this kerosene with 0.2% or 0.1%. The pitch over is looking nominal. With about 1% fuel left in this tank, we should ignite the second stage engine. When the thrust of this engine burns out, we will then separate the second stage and keep going. Okay. So far, so good. Again, I had an issue when I was testing this twice where it flipped over for no reason. Surely it was atmospheric drag, but, like, it was probably not a big problem. Probably. Rain? From where? Why is it rain? Okay. It's looking good, man. Looking good, looking good, looking good. Looking for fuel left. And the sun is up in the morning right now, so we're going to be heading towards the horizon. Through max Q? Oh, a long time ago. Okay. Again, we're looking for 1% 1% fuel or something like that, maybe 2%, is when we're going to ignite this engine here. I'll try to point the camera so we can see it. Right there, we'll see the engine ignite. And then when this goes off, it will then release the stage 2. And we'll see that in the program here as well. All right. Please, please work. I've never had it fail. Get ready. Hot stage and decoupled. All right, now we're on a burn. This should be about a 2-minute burn or something like that. Okay. We are not... Oh my God. Fairing, yeah, 10 seconds after that, the fairing comes off. That's what I programmed in there. Okay. Holy sh... I am nervous, bro. Okay. So far, everything's working perfectly. I don't know how. I should not jinx this. We still have one more booster stage, or one more engine stage here. Alright, this stage will burn until it's out of fuel. When it's out of fuel, it's literally going to coast until 50 seconds before it reaches the peak. At 50 seconds, it's going to turn on the RCS engines and start rotating clockwise, anti-clockwise to induce a spin for stabilization of the non-gimbaled stage, which has the satellite. About 10 seconds before, 20 seconds before the apoapsis, aka 30 seconds, we'll use the RCS thrusters to induce a bit of ullage force, which should push all the fuel in the satellite to the bottom of the tank. Then 20 seconds before the node, the apoapsis, we will decouple and then ignite the engine. That's a 40-second burn, so half before, half after, and that should put us in an orbit. Should. If everything goes perfectly. There's only really one more big thing that needs to happen, and this engine needs to successfully ignite. And it can technically fail. But it's got like a 96% chance of igniting. So, we'll see. This will be burning out soon, and then we'll see the stage 2 burn continued, go to a stage 2 coast, I believe. Alright, Seco and coast. Okay. Why is it auto-saving? I don't like that. So we are now waiting an unknown amount of time. I could pull open the thing for it, but I'm not using MechJeb's data right now for the readout. Oh, God. We'll see. Chew, what's up, my dude? Thank you for the sub, brother. I don't know why... Oh, there it is. Okay. Come on. I wrote these scripts all myself. It took me way too fucking long. I spent all of yesterday trying to come up with a gravity turn algorithm. Decided to not go through with that and just use MechJeb for that. We spent like 4 hours today writing the scripts for this entire thing to work properly. And a lot of it was debugging like things and... Like, we just didn't know... Oh, there it goes. Okay. There is the... Okay. So now we are inducing a spin in this thing, which is required just so it has a bit of spin stabilization. Notice we're pointing exactly at the horizon. And here comes the ullage force, so the fuel's being forced to the bottom. And here we go. Please, for the love of God, ignite. Yes! Yes! Okay. Okay. It should be good, unless it burns out early, which it pretty much never does. It's got like a 99.8% chance to basically make it through this. We are going to space. I don't have the periapsis being shown right now, but eventually that apoapsis should become like 2 million. And that's how you know. Here we go. We're in orbit. We're in orbit. Chat! We have done it. We have done it. We need to be in orbit for 2 minutes. Oh my fucking clouds. Dude, that's so cool. Yeah. That's so cool. Oh my god, that is so satisfying. That is one of the most satisfying things I've ever done in KSP. And it literally is putting 100 kilograms in the orbit. How did we do this in real life? I have no idea. That is crazy. In the 50s, man. All right, I'm sending my... Yeah, I'll send my resume to NASA. Hell yeah. Oh my gosh, dude. I love all the logos and stuff on the rocket. That's so cool. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, so this thing will eventually become defunct, by the way, because we don't have proper solar panels. It will... Eventually, we have 215 kilojoules of energy right now. It doesn't need much, but it is currently just vibing right now. 47 seconds, and then this will be an achieved mission, and then we're done. Oh, yeah. How many cups of coffee was drank during this design process? Like at least 6, I think. 40? It wasn't that many. Dude, we are good. Ah, this is fun, dude. This is so cool. All right, 20 seconds left. Oh. Yeah, it's the 50s, but satellites look like a far future dystopian ads from space. Yeah, dude. Listen, this is my space program. All right, there we go, chat. 30 kilogram satellite in orbit. We have absolutely... Again, I want to remind you all, this is not your normal KSP experience. This is the computer that is currently controlling this. It is a science payload. It literally only can record data. It has no gimbals. It has no control over anything, right? It literally is just basically a data recording device. That's it, right? It cannot angle this engine. It doesn't have any spinning flywheels or whatever. So we literally cannot control this rocket. So we got to use the oldest trick in the book, which is spin stabilization, which is why we're spinning here. Also, it just looks cool spinning too, I'll be real with you. Do we have a mod to maintain the rotation? So after 20 years, when we switch back to first satellite, it'll be spinning. I mean, it should be coming down, honestly. I'm only at 100 or like 200 meters at the lowest point. The atmosphere would still technically hit it there, like in real life. But if you're above 140 kilometers in this game, technically, it will never degrade. So this will always stay in space. We are going to make a lot of trash in space. We're going to have to be careful. I think that's the best way to put it. We're going to have to be careful. Like, we shouldn't be putting stuff like boosters if we can help it. We shouldn't be putting fairings in orbit. We should try to do that on, like, suborbital trajectory. Chat, artificial satellite orbits Earth. Holy moly. We beat the Soviets by 5 days, I think. It is currently September 30th, 1957. The first satellite to orbit the Earth was Sputnik, launched by the USSR on the 4th of October, 1957. Yeah, that's wild. How do they get that photo into the paper? It's an artistic rendition of it. All right. The Soviets took the picture. Oh, man. Okay. Holy moly, dude. Okay, continue. And we earned, if you go to the program, we now have 30 kilograms complete. Okay. Whew. So what's the next thing, man? Honestly, now we just have to get other satellites into space. How challenging can that be, right? I think it's going to be very challenging. All right. Well, yeah, put a person on one. Unfortunately, we need capsules for that. Capsules are way, 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 way down the tech tree. All right, what do we want to do? We have 13 research. We need research. We need to focus 100% on getting scientific data from space, for sure. I am a little worried about power, right? Do we need to design like maybe a new satellite to go in this thing? Power's a big deal. We have this solar panel, which is static. I don't know... What the hell? Why does it shrink like that? And then we also have this one, right? Yeah, it could do a lunar impactor. Brother, I just got to orbit. Technically, can technically do that without orbit. No. I don't think I have enough Delta V to get to the moon, bro. I'm pretty sure we can't do that. Chat, let's relax. It's like, I just got like a bike, and you're like, let's go bike a Century, right? Like, we need to design, I think, a better satellite. And I also think that maybe, just maybe, we redesign the upper stage. Maybe. Bottom stage I'm happy with. This stage, maybe. What does bike a Century mean? 100 miles or 100 kilometers, depending on where you live. Never heard of it? I've done it. I've done it with like 6 weeks of training. And I almost fucking died. It was so awful. It was so fucking awful. It was so bad. Oh, I didn't even know there was a Sputnik antenna. Wait, that's cute. Man, I should have put these on. Do these like extend or something? I'm a little confused. I don't think so. Do we get little whiskers? Okay, I'm gonna, we'll save this again, right, or whatever. Let me make a new, let me just try to design a satellite, right? I think we want to... 45,000 to unlock an ISO grid is crazy. I want something light, and I think balloon is said to be super light, right? Chat, any suggestions here? I can do ISO grid, or I can do a tank that has a balloon in it. This is the best utilization you can get. This, I believe, is strength and high utilization or something like that. I don't actually know. Also, we do need avionics as well, so maybe we'll start there, right? Again, probably a science core, and we have now unlocked... Yeah, that should be nice as well. At 100-ton controllable mass, avionic mass is 650. No, science core. 17 kilograms, and it consumes almost no power. Okay. Don't you have a weight? Let's start light, and then we can get heavier. I think doing anything else is a bad idea. Okay, we can do a polygon with 6 sides. I like hexagons, they're cool. Alright. Okay, we can do something like this. This is the bus. This is what we want to basically apply it to. Does it have a bladder in it? This is just the avionics. That's it. So we want to change the size of this. I got to figure out how large we want to make it. I think that's the smallest we can make it. Okay. I need to think about the rocket we just made and kind of adapt it to that. I think 300 is nice. I'm not even sure if that's right. Do we have, like, an incredibly small engine we could use? Something extremely efficient? Maybe even just nitrogen's the way to go, but I kind of doubt it. Right? We used the Aerobee before, but, like, look at the size of this, right? It's huge. All this is just huge, man. We could potentially use these control engines. Potentially. I'm not sure we want to, though. And we could fill this with, like, nitrogen or something. Again, not entirely sure if we want to do that. It's got to be pressurized, which is heavy. Right? I don't know, man. It's a difficult one. Realistically, we should use the Aerobee, right? And the Aerobee needs some amount of this here. I think probably like this. And then this thing can burn for, again, 47 seconds. If I choose balloon tank, I don't think that's pressurized, right? So that wouldn't work. But I could use the isogrid, I guess, right? That does do high pressure. I think. Yeah. It's only if this is selected correctly. So now this will burn for approximately a little bit longer. 52 seconds. Right, and we got to look at delta V stats here, which is really annoying. Alright, which means we have to put this in the correct... what am I even looking at here? Why is that not show... Oh, it needs a fucking... Wait. Yeah, why is that not showing delta V? What? Huh? Why does that not show delta V? Engine? High pressure tank? It's all good. We don't have an engine better than the Aerobee, though, bro. Maybe we do. Maybe we got to figure it out. I don't know. Why? Redo your fuel? You changed engine? Oh. Thank you. Thank you. All right, so this needs to burn for about a minute. Holy moly. Yeah, this would be the size of it. About a minute. Let's see if I can make this larger. Again, I don't like this. I think this is weird. I mean, we could separate this from the thing, but, like, why do we need to? I almost don't see a reason to. Also, I wish this could be, like filleted at the bottom. I don't think I can do that, though. There's, like, a cylinder shape. There's a cone shape. Honestly, I think this will look pretty good. Looks like a tank on the bottom, right? Makes a bit of sense. Maybe I can make it a bit tiny. I mean, again, I got to think about how expensive this would be to tool. But, yeah. Sassley, what's up, my dude? Welcome. This is burning for a minute 18. Okay, we actually don't need it to be that long. That's about a minute right there. Wow, that seems like it's way better. Maybe one more. Okay. Oh, pets. I'm sorry. Here you go. There's Melvin. Okay. I hope you guys don't mind some part clipping, because it is way better if I do some part clipping. Things just look better in general. Okay, again, we're going to have issues with power. Like we for sure are. And, like, I can't do much here. I can try to attach this to here or something and then try to, like, bring it in, but, like, that doesn't really change anything. All right, we can make, like, a CubeSat. More like a cute sat, am I right, chat? No? Okay. Again, these things currently are... How much power? They will generate 81 watts of power. These do 3. Yo, 81's not bad, actually. That is not bad. We need science aboard this, right? We need a biological experiment if we want to. I think there's a few things we could do, but yeah. I don't know if we need the advanced one or not. Not entirely sure. Basic film camera? Whoa. Oh my god, it's fucking huge. What? Can I deploy it? Oh my god, look at that. That's so cool. Thermometer. These are transmittable. I can put them inside the core as well. Again, this basically is a bus. Biological is a sample, right? Oh, I don't think we need to bring it back. Good question. I don't know. I'll check in a second here. Having 4x symmetry on is very scary. I don't have actual communications yet, which does make this a bit complicated. Again, we have these cute little Sputnik antennas. But they're difficult to know what to do with them. Like, they can't extend downwards. That camera has a tiny decoupler for the film capsule. That's why it's so big. Wait a second. Wait, how's that work? How does it decouple? Yeah, like where does it decouple? And like, can it just like eject it? I think it needs to be in a suborbital trajectory, doesn't it? That, because like no way it's going to be able to eject it like, or slow it down enough. There's no way. Okay. Again, this one's a bit weird right now. Mass spectrometer. I think this is a bit tall for me. I think we need to like just take this down. Don't think it needs to be as crazy as we were doing it before. Okay, let me, I don't know what we're gonna call this, but this is gonna be called like the Waffle Sat 2 for now. Just so I have a name I can open this with. Save. I want to go look at the requirements for these missions. So for these missions, we are going to have 2 options right now. Yeah, polar or biological. Polar is not impossible. It needs to be basically 400 kilograms, and it needs to go basically straight north. Between 85 and 95 degrees. Or 400 kilograms... It needs to contain an advanced biological capsule part of the mass. It never says it needs to return, I'm pretty sure. $400 kilograms is an issue, I agree. it's a satellite, why would it return? Well, if I am picking up what they're putting down, I think this is the mission that's supposed to simulate the Soviets putting a dog in space. Because the biological science, I believe you get almost nothing from like transmitting on it. I think you need to return it. I think so. Okay. Okay. This is interesting. The biological satellite needs to go from a minimum apogee of 1,500 kilometers and a perigee between 200 and 900 kilometers. So, yeah, that's at like 1.5 mil. That's actually what we're currently at with our first satellite as well. Okay, well, the good news is... is there good news, actually? We needed to design a new stage 2, essentially. Like, stage 2 right now is, like, you know, that rocket we have. I'm going to show you. Open. Yeah, this up here is stage 2. We need to design a new stage 2. Like, we can use the same thing, but I think we need to make this lighter. So maybe use, like, isogrid. And we need to design this to make it larger as well. If you look at the actual R7 rocket, right? Like the real... Let me find a picture of it real quick. USSR R7 rocket. Give me a second. Yeah. So if you look at this right here, right? You'll see that, like, the stage 2, upper stage, is pretty much the same size as mine. But mine is tiny for this first launch. I could do it differently where I basically, from this stage here, you can basically see that's like stage 1 down here with all these. This upper stage can be redesigned, right? Which was the whole point of building this, by the way. The whole point was, let's put different tops on this thing, and we can keep the booster the same, right? Which is good, I think. So let me again open up the WaffleSat. So, but we got to start with the payload first, right? This needs to be 400 kilograms. It needs to have an advanced biological capsule. It did say advanced, right? I'm pretty sure it did. This is weird. I'm not sure if I'm a fan of the size of this thing. Also looks a bit strange. Yeah, it definitely looks a bit strange. It's hard to make this look good, right? We need those side boosters. Not yet, but yeah, I think soon we'll make them. Maybe we make this a circle? I don't really know. Hide it with solar panels? Well, I think you need to, like, open it up. Dude, it's like we're capturing the astrophage or something. I'm worried about power. Someone said that you can check power. How? There's like a Kerbalism menu, which I'm not even sure where that's at. Which one's Kerbalism? I have no idea. Bottom right. Which one of these do we need? Is it this one? Earth, in sunlight, estimated solar panel output. Okay. So in the shadow, it can last 37 days. In the sunlight, it's perpetual. Okay. All right. I mean, that's nice, right? It's behind my camera, but that's what it's saying. Debating, making this tinier, even. We would need to bring other experiments. We could put those experiments inside of this avionics package. We might want to run the science as well. But yeah, there's a way to do this. It is kind of complicated. Configure experiments. So we could do a barometer, thermometer, mass spectrometer, and that should be it, right? That takes a certain amount of wattage. How do I get rid of this? Okay, get rid of that. Okay, that is currently perpetual. We're using 31 watts, so we'd last 23 days, I guess, in the shadow currently. You need to start all experiments and then check the actual power consumption. Okay, it is, woo. Okay, we are producing 40 watts of power with the science on. It's 55 watts of consumption. So we wouldn't have enough power to actually run this. We could try to put 2 more solar panels here, maybe like this. Maybe we try to like move this differently. It's complicated, right? Yeah, this thing's expensive, bro. Can we change the number of sides on this thing? Maybe we do 8 here. Okay. I don't know. We might even need the next solar tech to really be usable. This right now is showing 79.7 watts produced and 55.1 consumed. And that is estimated, by the way, over the whole thing. I could even put 1 more in the back here. It is, again, this is a bit sloppy, but like it could work. How weird is it to do this? Don't think it looks too bad. Right? Is the estimation considering all the panels or only the ones receiving energy from the sun? I don't know. I think it calculates all the sides and averages it. Right? Which I think is the correct way to do that. 7,000 cost already? Well. Why is it 7,000? Unlock requirement. How much does this cost to buy by, though? Huh? What is the expensive part? The isogrid tanks is incredibly expensive. Okay, there is a possibility. Check your avionics. The avionics are not expensive at all. They're 463. What the hell? Is this really 6,000 to launch? Why is it cheaper untooled? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is my S2 avionics package literally cheaper untooled? I think it's a bug. Yeah, I think it's a bug, and I don't know why. Bizarre. That's so bizarre. You playing KSP is like therapy to me? Uh-oh. Your therapy session's about to be over. Because I'm about to play some Factorio in like 10 minutes. I think my brain, after 6 hours of this game, needs a little bit of a break. I want to just stare at some conveyor belts for the next hour and just fucking go into like brain mush mode. Sounds great to me. Okay. We have a few really good options here, chat. Okay? If I just save this real fast as WaffleSat 2 again, and I go back, we still have a lot of time to wait anyways before we even build this satellite, right? And in 44 days, satellite era science will be done for us. The next thing we could do, if we want to, is to research primitive solar panels. These still seem incredibly expensive. Like, incredibly expensive. Again, we don't have a lot of research. We have 13. We need to go into space, and we need to get research before that is done. We have a mod, this mod here, that shows us what we can actually research with whatever we're trying to research, right? So, on Earth, pretty much everything is already known landed. So we're looking at flying high in space, flying low in space, and flying high in space. I guess flying high is not in space, sorry. So we can do, for mass spectrometry, we can do all these missions, I believe. What does completed mean? How many times the subject has been retrieved? Oh, okay. So yeah, when you see this number here, that's the remaining science value available for that. This is the advanced one. Yeah. Why is that saying only no? Oh, it's because I haven't been up there yet, I think. Maybe. Photography with a north orbit is quite good. Planetary photography. It doesn't seem that crazy though. All I'm seeing is flying high, space low. Really? Maybe because it's so low resolution. It's per biome. Oceans. I mean, I do say flying high biomes. But then I see, oh, space low biomes. Does that mean you get 3.3 science per biome you take a picture with? I am thinking that we could potentially do a polar orbit and then potentially use that photography unit. That's a total in biome? Yeah. We have, from film, I believe we have received 5.5 science from taking pictures above the ocean. I believe, oh my god. I understand. Holy. Okay. Pressure. Okay, we got most of these. So there's still space high for pressure. We don't really need that. Temperature, I think, is the exact same thing or whatever. Oh no, there's a lot left. Temperature scan, flying high, we can get it over almost everything. Like all these biomes. Damn. Which mode is this? What do you mean by that? Mass spectrometry, like I said before. So we can get 5 and 8.8 science with a mass spectrometer pretty easily, I'd say. Should I buy $500 Pokemon Power Pack or 5 $100 ones? I can't. How do I reach these kids? It's cardboard. It is cardboard. You're buying cardboard. Please, God, stop. Please. It's not worth it, bro. Space flying high would be tough. I can't get there. It's so fucking far, I just can't get there yet. Okay. Biological sample from space high will be really good eventually. Okay. So that is what I think I need to do. I think I need to do some mass spectrometry to get the 18 or 19 or even 20 science. Sorry, not 20. It would be 14 science that's available here. And again, aren't you supposed to return the biological sample? How are we supposed to do that? If we actually need to do that, we need a heat shield. We have 2 heat shields, an adjustable and a thermal protection. Flying high in Atmo would be hard because that one takes 2 hours to complete for each biome. Oh, I gotcha. Okay, I think we put a pin in this for today. All right, I want to play some Factorio, and I think we should just think about what the next plan is. We need science, and I need more energy, right? Right now, I could spend a ton of money on primitive solar panels for our science satellite, which I guess would work. I wouldn't mind spending it. We have 80 grand. 6K is not going to be the end of the world. It would absolutely suck, though, if the rocket blew up and we lost a $6,000 satellite. The last one was barely worth like a few hundred or whatever. But we could also spend 9 of our research points to unlock better solar panels. That could be really good. And then eventually we can get even better stuff, I believe. Hinged solar panels would be amazing. I really hope we get that sometime soon. And then obviously we can get RTGs at some point. Where's the batteries at? Battery tank upgrade. Okay, so we can just bring our own batteries, I guess, on a tank or something. Okay. And this is like payload. Oh, hold on. So this is Procedural Science Core Avionics Upgrade, right? And this is Near Earth. This is very similar, but this is more tape drives. Okay, and then this over here includes a ComSat payload and a NavSat payload. We need these, I believe, for contracts later on in the future. You have batteries in the cores, don't you? Yes, but I think if you want to bring more, you can. I think the idea right now is it's so expensive to recharge that you're probably going to want to have like batteries instead of solar panels. Okay. Yawns, man. All right, what else? What is our next like rocket engine we can unlock? The Agena engine, a Gamma 2 engine, an RD-0105 engine. Oh, we saw this before. It's a weird one. The RZ-1 and 2, the Viking engine, and then a bunch of new configurations, I guess, for those. After that, okay. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. There's the Juno engine. Damn. We have so far to go. When do we start getting to the good engines? Like, we're still on, like, the AJ10, which is crazy. There's the F1 engine. Yeah, that engine right there, the F1 engine, is the engine that we went to the moon with. That thing is just a ginormous monster of an engine. Okay. Do we hire more scientists? We can, but like I'm just looking at the actual upgrades that we get. I feel like what I would like to do is look up a video about like the AJ10 engine or something. I feel like I don't know enough about it. But okay, chat, I am going to put a pause in for KSP today. Really good day at KSP. We did get a satellite into orbit. I will quickly go show you our satellite again. I'm very proud that we are finally able to do this, which makes me super happy. The programming, here's the script that we used for the entire thing, right? Which some of it's some bad code or whatever, but like, yeah, we technically did everything I wanted to do. We put a satellite in orbit. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, man. I just got here, though. Well, we're not done streaming today. I'm going to play some Factorio, but just know that you missed peak. You should go back and watch it. AJ10's been a workhorse from the 50s up till today. Reminds me of the R7 engines that they used, you know, like the RD108s and stuff, 107s. It's pretty cool. AJ10 Hydrolox and J2 was a stars of the Apollo era. Yeah, I don't know. There's I assume there's some good videos on YouTube about those engines then, right? How much did the satellite cost to get there? In total, I think like $5,000, maybe $2,000. It really wasn't that expensive. Okay, chat, I'm gonna stand up. What time is it? 2 o'clock. I'm gonna stand up, stretch my legs. I'll be right back, all right? I'll see you guys very shortly. Where is my YouTube? All right. Artemis uses an AJ10 with Orion. Does it really? Damn, the AJ10 must be like really refined then. Meow, meow, meow. All right, dude. Oh my god. Oh. Do 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 do. What a day, man. We might play more KSP tomorrow, I think. I think we'll try to figure out this next satellite design. Again, it's just going to be, I think most missions now, once we have a workhorse of a booster, we'll be designing the actual satellite and then designing the stage that will basically carry that to its circularization stage, right? Then we will have to decide on the booster if it needs 0 to our 4 like SRBs or whatever it might be, right? Like, we don't have to use solid rocket boosters. The R7 is notoriously liquid engine boosters, so we could do that. That is the GPU in the background. I heard it from my bathroom, and I was like, holy shit. Yes, I am with Pat. There you go. There you go. Thank you, Allie. Good morning. Good afternoon. Okay. Let's get out of here. I would give today a 6 out of 7 for KSP. Pretty good day. Pretty nice day, I'd say. Okay, let's close this. I can get rid of that. Let's get rid of that as well. Oh, look at you. You're ready to go. Okay, perfect.